Hey, maybe someday I'll have some intro music or something like the fancy streams. But for today, I just have my tripod and camera and my coffee. Cheers. So I don't got the super fancy setup and background music and intros or whatever. I don't give a shit about any of that. This is my stream. Going to draw some comics today. Also, I'm going to talk about some methods kind of from the business world about how we can apply those to making comics and getting things done. And OKRs and things like that. I'm going to schedule my own live. I'm going to schedule my own objectives and key results live here today. First, just a couple plugs right off the bat. I have the patreon.com comics where I'm serializing the story that I'm drawing right now. So if you want to read it before it's an actual printed book, that's how you're going to want to do it. That's probably the only way you're going to be able to get that is directly from me. I'm not going to, I'm going to cutting out all the middlemen. It's just a very direct to consumer comic for me. So that is my comic plug for the comic you're going to be about to see me be drawing. Also, my brushes are available on gumroad.com/comics. I should probably put that link on this little thing here. But yeah, all the brushes I'll be using today are in there for you to grab or buy, or there's a couple free ones on there too. So check those out. I'm gonna clear my throat. Okay, so today's goal is just to jump back into comics. A little update, just going to kind of look around at what I have going on here. Update for the week, I wasn't able to stream on Wednesday night, and we're going to get into that in a little bit, why I'm going to set these goals today. Yeah, I just was super busy with work, and the day just kind of melted into me working at 6 o'clock, and suddenly it was 6:30, and I just kind of, by the time I was like, oh man, I wanted to stream at 8, my brain was just all workified. Like all the things from work were just spewing around in my head, and the actual creativity of the comic side just wasn't possible that night for sure. So it was kind of like I kind of failed at that, and that didn't, not that there's any pressure, it's just a personal thing. But yeah, I'm going to solve that today and kind of show what I'm going to do to up this and actually put some dates on things and some deadlines for myself that aren't, pushing me too hard, but also will make this more a serious effort as far as getting this comic done and printed and out to you. Or maybe you, I don't know. So yeah, I'm still on these 2 pages here. We got this guy. I can't really see that. Yeah, we're still on that scene. I just decide if I'm going to color or ink today. We'll decide that in a second. First off, I'm going to talk about OKRs. So OKRs are objectives and key results. And I'm going to zoom out of myself here in a minute. Well, I think this is big enough. You can kind of see me talking and see me teaching about OKRs. So you can use OKRs. OKRs are used in like Google, and like big top companies are using them. We're using them at Spread Shop every quarter or tertial or whatever. And it's a way to get your shit done. I mean, frankly. So you set an objective and you write the objective as if you've already accomplished it. So that's how you phrase it. And I'm going to do that now for my comic. And then you set at least 3 key results. Like, what are the key things that you need to do to get there? So you write those as if they've also been achieved as well. And then you use these OKRs as sort of a North Star. So let's just start doodling as I'm talking, and I'll switch my view here. So a little business lesson before we jump into some comics, I guess. And I need more coffee because, yeah, it's going to be a long one today, like 6 hours or something. So you might have to dip back in, dip back out. Check the show notes later. So OKRs then become kind of your North Star, that no matter what is going on, the OKRs. Oh, we're gonna have some fun doodling here. OKRs are your North Star. So when you find yourself chaos, like, what do? I got this huge to-do list. I got all these demands, life, whatever. You can always go back to your OKR sets and kind of figure out what you should be doing, and what to say yes and no to. And that's kind of how big companies get things done. But you can use these for personal goals too. So you can use these for weight loss, or spending more time with your family, or fixing your yard, mowing your landscaping, boring, things like that. But I'm going to use it for comics today. So I already know what my main objective is, and I'm going to put that right here, right? Your objective or your goal. And my goal, and I've thought about it a little bit, is I want to give myself enough flexible time to get this comic done, because I'm not working for a publisher and I don't have any deadlines, but I do want to accomplish it and actually have it out the door and printed. So in order to do that, I need to make that thing. So I've set a goal for myself to have this comic done and ready to go to the printer by the end of June. So I'm going to write that down. So comic finished. So I'm going to write it as if it's already happened, right? That's the key here. So the secret forces, I'm going to be specific here. The secret forces, number 1, is complete and ready to go to printer. Complete and ready for print. So this gives me some, and my handwriting might be a little awful here, but deal with it. So now we look at the key results I need to get to that goal. So we know we want to print a comic. So the first thing is I got to get this shit done, right? And this is probably going to be a 22 to 24 page comic. In order to achieve that, what is it, 8.5 weeks till the end of June or something like that. I'm just estimating off the top of my head. That's going to be on average 2 pages a week, right? So that's got to be one of my key results. I have to do that in order to accomplish that goal. So average. So key result is I've averaged 2 complete. That means I'm doing everything. Pencils, colors, inks, all that. I've averaged 2 complete pages per week. And we'll just go a week. All right. Okay. Then the first key result can kind of be like, you don't think about the tasks. The tasks of actually drawing the thing isn't what I'm doing here. So the first key result, I've averaged 2 complete pages a week in order to meet that goal by the end of June. Actually, I messed that up. The secret forces number 1 is complete and ready to print by end of June. Okay. So now we've put a date on it, like a deadline. That's my new deadline. So the first key result I know here is I've averaged 2 complete pages per week, which, yeah, we'll get into that in a minute, because obviously I did not do that this past week, which is why I need these goals in order to get this shit done, right? Goal number 2 would be, I don't know what the key result is. Pretty much that key result, I've averaged 2 complete pages per week. But I also know that one of the factors here, that why didn't I get it done last week, was work. So my work-life balance sucks right now. And it's not that I hate my job. I actually love my job. And my job spills over into the evening hours. And then that kills this part. So I'm going to write down about work hours, right? Because I think that's important. I've set better. No, I don't even want to say that. Let's just, we're getting into this is some deep goal work here, right? This is not the comics yet. We'll get into that in a minute. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I should set limits at my work for when I end my work, when my work day ends and my personal life begins, when my actual other work begins. I have set a daily cutoff point. I can fine tune these, whatever. I have set a daily cutoff point for day job of, since I start work pretty early, 4:30 p.m. Yeah. And I can now fine tune that down if I wanted to. I can narrow that down. Like, I've stopped my day job every day at 4:30 and I just turn it off and I don't think about it. That's a challenge, but it's definitely a key result that I need to achieve so that I have more time. So I'll fine tune that one. And the key result 3, I just need to think about that while I'm working today. Because I really feel like you don't always have to have 3 or 4, but clearly I can achieve this goal if I've averaged 2 pages a week and I've balanced my work time better. Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty good for these goals for right now. So for this objective, I know that I can get this done. Yeah, let's talk about number. I might come up with one while we're drawing today. We are as in me and you watching. So, okay, cool. So to see what I want to do today, I have the option to color these pages, which, maybe, but now I've got 2 inked pages that are ready to color. So I think what I want to do is I want to get back to the goal of having these batches, because I'm pretty good at that. So I'm going to work on some pencils today. And this is mostly going to be then a penciling stream today. So I think today's goal is to pencil the crap out of this comic and get as many pencils as done, even if they're rough, maybe a little bit of tight, get them ready to ink. Because I need to do more than stream. Let's see here, making sure checking my my thumbnails. I may actually have to draw some thumbnails live because I did miss. Yeah, I did miss I missed the next page. I've added a page to this scene, which is going to do that because I think it's necessary for the story. So let's dive into the actual comic making now. I'm going to put on the deep work banners, deep work mode, and then in case people are asking, I actually made a little overlay here because that way I don't have to stop and tell you where my brushes are. There'll be the link in the bio afterwards, but that link there is where you can get these brushes. Let's see here. All right. So let's review the story a little bit. These guys, okay, well, way back. This robot head fell out of the sky. And it goes from the military, what's this called? the unidentified aerial phenomena command center. Yeah. Okay. They're tracking it. It's above their pay grade. So they call Space Force, Sky Masters of the Space Force. And Space Force even says, like, well, that's above our pay grade, but we're going to go check it out. I can't tell you what a 1965 is, but we're going to check it out. So they fly in there. Then these homeboys come down and they're in the Badlands, South Dakota. He makes a comment here about there's no such thing as ghosts, Captain. Keep your head in the game, that kind of shit, right? And then they say if they find the item, the air's not good to breathe. And here we have the guy's getting close, and his boss is like, "Yo, I said stay away from there," and he's like, "I will shoot you," right? And then he picks it up. He doesn't listen, but yeah, and I'll get to that. There's a little creativity here with lettering that's going to happen on this page because he's basically hearing things that the other guy can't hear that may or may not be emanating from this robot head. And then the energy just kind of just like explodes from him. So he just drops over like he's been knocked out. And the captain that just said he doesn't believe in ghosts or there's no such thing as ghosts, he's like shocked that his friend just ate it. And he looks over his shoulder and there is what appears to be a spirit, an Indian spirit, brave. And I've talked a little bit about that in the other streams. So now I've added a page because that was supposed to be the last page, and I shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna add this page because I kind of feel like it's important just to have the face off, and then the ghost actually says something, and then he's like, "Uh-oh, we better call Ghostbusters. No, we better call Secret Forces." So let's see here. I don't have a layout for this page because this is a page that I'm adding. So this might be a good opportunity to just jump into. I usually do thumbnails on that size paper. Let me show again. Just because I have people that don't watch all the videos, but what? You know, my thumbnails look like, guys, what's going on? Okay, there we go. I can do spreads like that. And I drew these a little while ago. So for the pages we just saw, the robot head and all that. But I have here what is apparently, oops, what happened? There we go. Whoa. All right. There's too many views here. I have here a spread for these are basically like the classic thumbnail books or thumbnail sheets that like Blue Line Pro would put out. It's just pretty much the same thing. If I have any page notes, and I can get up to 6 spreads on here. So when I'm doing these, I'm just going to go ahead and maybe I'll throw this template up for free too on the Gumroad later if anybody's interested. But I'll just show you how I'm going to do thumbnails right now. And again, the problem with digital art is you can zoom way the hell in, and you don't want to do that with thumbnails. You do want to pretend like you're drawing it, 2 inches tall. So, okay. Get into this. I know what just happened. I don't need to look at it, or if I did, I could pull it up, but I kind of know. You kind of know too. Well, just for the sake of the stream, I guess what we'll do is, oh, come on. Nope. Oh, I'm in yeah. My bad. We should pull this thumbnails into here. So that we don't have to jump in and out. Duplicate this. So got a blank one down there. And then, okay. This page, I'm going to share it to my camera roll. And now whenever I'm in my layouts, library. Uh-oh. Days. Today. There we go. So now I've got, oh my goodness, all photos is what I want. Oh, but that's way crazy. February. All right, there we go. So now whenever I move it over, I can kind of reference what's going on that page. Okay. And I only want to draw it about this big, so I'm going to switch my camera up a little bit here. Got a new little setup, so now it's a lot smoother to just put this here and just point it down at the page. So, let's switch this up a little bit. You can see, maybe you can't see. All right. Oh, that's what I wanted. And I want to make sure I'm on a different layer. And I don't want to zoom in again. Oh my. I think for this one, he's going to be, I can be thick here as far as like what's happening. So I think now he's going to be turned around. Let me wipe this off a little bit. Kind of want the action to be going this way now. So, now that this guy startled him, our dude has turned around. So I'm just going to draw in, kind of try to capture the shape, the motion. So this is what takes a little bit longer to do. From this pose over here to him spinning. Oh, I don't want to zoom in too much in this part. So we want to capture the idea that he's just spun around. So his legs. No, we'll even go a little bit deeper. Put the head up here. Have him kind of reaching out with his gun. And it's okay if it's just silhouettes and shapes because that's kind of good. Like, yep, it's still there. The ghost is still kind of there. And maybe it would be fun, as I'm thinking, that you kind of see some other shapes, right, appearing. So now we get a close-up of what he's looking at. And the ghosts will be kind of coming into view more as they're kind of blowing. The other ones are materializing behind. Materializing behind him. He's not saying anything yet. Actually, we might hear from the Starbase just saying like, yo, what's up? What's going on down there? Just gonna note that. See, there's Jay McLeod got his Sketchboard Pro this week. It's amazing. It really is. I was just telling my wife, someone else was complaining about Sketchboard Pro, and I was like, I love it. Okay. So yeah, the idea here, well, I'll get into penciling this a little bit better, but again, I'm kind of zooming in too much. Just want to get the idea of the shapes. The main guy is here, and he's translucent because he's a spirit, and these other ones are just kind of fading in, right? So I got a new, I made a new eraser brush that I'm calling the kneaded eraser, just so that I can kind of like translucently kind of fade pencils out to kind of like that. All right. Then I want like a even more focused on the Indian ghost's face. So we can just be real loose again. Not really worried about it. I mean, we could do this even, I would usually do this even faster. But now I want to get pretty close on his face. Right? Like a little, right? Like he's actually saying something. And I won't get too much into the penciling here. I just want to get the basic, what's going on. And he's saying distant. Oh, I'll just put lines in there, right? But he's saying distant, early warning. Right. And now we're going to go back on Sky, the spaceman, and he's like, what in the... So I'll even just capture that expression of like, with just real simple cartoony, like eyeballs, right? Like what the... No, that's not it. No. So I've captured the kind of a serious, like very serious, like distant early warning. And then now we go this way. If my brush would actually stay on and a little thicker, I shouldn't even be that zoomed in. I should just be real like, oh shoot. Like he's like, oh shoot, what in the heck is happening right now? He's seeing a ghost for like the first time. He's been a adventurer for like his entire life, and this guy's like now seeing something he's never seen before, and he's seen some crazy shit with outer space stuff. And then they're gone, and he's just standing there. There's no one there, right? I think that's what's going to be. I'm reluctant to do like, there's a thing about like 360 turning the camera, the view too fast. But in this case, the guy's looking at him, he's looking at the guy, and then we're just going to go straight back to him standing by himself. So I don't want to completely turn it face. You never want to go from face forward to like the back of the head. So I'm going to have it like a 3/4, like he's now standing there like, oh man, what in the world? And there's nothing. There's nothing there. Like it's just him and his buddy on the ground. And then, Starbase is like, come in. What's going on? Blah, 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 all right. And then he's just like, looking up because kind of that's what and he's going to be like in that panel as he's looking up and talking back to his base. He's going to say, call the secret forces. Maybe he'd be like, I don't think they need a medic. I think his dude's dead, so we're going to need him. Leaving? Alrighty. Off to make the whiskey.
Yep.
My wife goes off to make the whiskey now. She never brings me any home.
It's not for sale yet.
I know.
Go to the States. store.
We have plenty of stuff. And again, you can see here that my handwriting is pretty awful, but it's just enough for me to note down what's going on. Maybe he's like, we're gonna need. I'll focus that down whenever I get to the text, but that's the idea here. He's like, he turns around, and he's pointing his gun at this ghost, and then the ghost turns out to be like multiple ghosts, like a army of braves, right? Because if you watched other streams, but the Lakota Indians have that lore that if braves can roam the earth forever, be cursed to roam the earth there if they weren't able to get into the afterlife with their markings. So this robot head has landed on their land, and now we see they're like distant early warning, right? And he's like, what the F? And then boom, he turns around, nothing's there. And he's like, uh-oh, you better call this is now way above his pay grade. So now the next page, I had it sketched somewhere and I lost it. But now that he's saying we're going to need to call in the secret forces, and I think it's going to be fine that this is on a spread, right? Like this is when the page is opened up. This is your fold line. If you're looking at this and don't understand what's going on, this is if the book were opened up, right? I think it's fine that we cut to a whole different scene, look, feel, tone, and it's going to be like a cafe type of outdoor scene. And your boy, and again, when I'm laying these out this small, now I'm thinking of that grid thing that I talked about, right? The focal grid. And, we're going to have some streets, and I'm just scribbling now. Like, we're going to have some, like, get in here, like a cafe door, and your boy is right here. And he's reading, reading the newspaper. Like, who does that anymore? But he's at a little cafe. There's maybe nobody else around. Maybe like a car here. So it has to look like like an outdoor sidewalk kind of deal happening. And maybe there's a waitress. So we're just doing like a basic, like normal scene. Now that we've seen some ghosts and spaceships and stuff, we want to cut to a kind of a normal scene. So this is kind of the perspective going down the street. He's having a cup of coffee. I don't even know if this is really, to me, I can see it. This might just look like a bunch of gibberish, right? But I'm going to change my camera to be maybe chatting, right? Well, you can see me. because I keep looking over here as if I'm talking to you, strangers. But, you know, I could see this. This might look like gibberish, but this is just the thumbnail, right? And when we're going from this crazy, ghosts and astronauts and ghosts to now a normal outdoor cafe, got our detective Darcy. He's one of the Secret Forces members. He's a newer member. And he's just kind of chilling out. It's like his day off, right? Of course. And this girl's probably saying something like, need a refill, right? And this is kind of how I write. Like, I'm just kind of visually telling this story. I know what's going to switch to, and I kind of guesstimate what they're saying. And if we need to get into deep detail later, we can do that. But, need a refill, that kind of feeling. And maybe they say some stuff about, let's keep it, we'll keep it a little bit, right? And he's going to have a chat with this girl. So now we're seeing him for the first time, real up close. And he's like, sure, right? Here's my cup. She's like, okay. She's pouring it. He's like, sure. And I think they're going to be, he's got his paper down now. Cup, she's pouring it. Whatever that's going on there. We'll get into that. So he's like, sure. And then, there's not much they could say back and forth here. And get a better, closer shot of him saying something, right? He's got a goatee and a haircut, just kind of getting the shape of who he is. And he's just being friendly. So they smile. This is awful. Like, how bad at drawing it. So he's going to be saying, like, hey, something else, right? And she's talking. She's standing here listening. The waitress. And she's got a mask on because it's COVID times, right? And he might even be saying, like, it's my day off. Enjoying my day. Just enjoying weekend off. No, you're not. You're about to go on an adventure, sir. Because isn't that the way? I'm just enjoying my day off, and then, no, you're not. So he's talking to her, and then suddenly, on his wrist, right? He's got a nice little Apple Watch or something, right? And it's like, bing, going off. Like, uh-oh. And maybe it's like saying something like, right? And then, so what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4 panels. And we can go a little smaller. So we don't have any need to go big. I think I'm just going to stick with this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then these panels can be a little bit bigger. That's interesting enough. Like freeform. Whatever. They can be bigger. That's what I'm saying. We'll just stick with the grid. Because I can make a lot happen in those panels. Okay, so, and I know like this is probably really boring to watch, but this is the process. So your favorite artists all have to kind of go through this. This isn't something that they like to show. Usually it's kind of boring, but this is what, we spend time with ourselves, whether we're looking at a script from a writer or and this is kind of what we would do with a script, kind of look at the panels and count them and go, okay, there's 5 panels on this page, like what can happen, what's interesting. So that's kind of what I'm doing. So here we got guys chilling outside, having some coffee, reading the paper, and I think it might even be something on the paper, right? I'm going to note that. Something interesting on paper. And it's going to reference back to one of the other storylines. Reference. This is getting my writing is going to get so terrible that only I will be able to decipher it. And it's so bad that even sometimes I go back and I go, what's that word, DJ? So something interesting on the paper referring a previous storyline. A little inside baseball for the other Secret Forces fans, because you might not be aware of this comic because it is a secret. And if you find it, then you know. So there's like probably 5 people that will understand what's on this newspaper. Okay, so his alert's going off and it's going to be something special. And now he's kind of like switching around, like, oh, he's guarding this. Like, yo, what's going on? Right? He's trying to read the alert. So now he's kind of hid himself away from the girl, and she's now, maybe she's gone already, it's not important. It's just, like, what's going on? What is it? And it's some kind of alert, right? 65. 1965. That's what they keep saying. Code 65. Code, we're going to continue with that. Code 65. Gonna need you. And he's like, oh man, I'm getting too old for this shit. Right? Okay, so this is coffee, his paper. And then he's like, he's going to be saying something like, all right. All right. When are you going to get me? Or what, the military term, or like the more fancy, secret mission term would be like extraction time. What's the extraction time, right? Extraction. And they're going to be like, right now. Right now. Right now. So now we've had a page. So I'm able to get this scene out of the way. Like, in one page, I'm able to see that he's gotten the alert. On his day off, we're learning a little bit about it. It's his weekend off. He's got the alert. Now he's like, when's the extraction? And they're like, now. Right? I'm going to keep going with this. This is kind of how I'm writing the comic, right? So we're going to go to the next spread, because now you have a chance in the way comics work. Most people kind of know this, but if you're still learning, now you have a chance to like do a reveal when you're opening to the next page, because they're like, in this panel, it's like he's going to look like shocked, like, oh, like what? Well, that's a bad face, but like same face maybe. I don't want to do any of that. I want to redraw this. I'm not going to like copy the paste the face over. And he's like, what? Oh, it's going to maybe turn. So the perspective will be kind of like down shot. And he's like, he's kind of looking up. At the sky. Because they're going to come get him in a spaceship. In front of, And they haven't told him anything about what's going on. They're just like, we need you. Got code 65. I'm like, now. And he's going to be like, wait, what? And then the next page, the reveal will be, I kind of want it to be, I had two ideas here. One of the ideas was that the spaceship, which is like the T3, whatever, it's the triangle ship that they fly around in, is just right there, like boom, like it's right. And he's like, oh, God dang it. You got to not show up like that in broad daylight with this spaceship. People, it's not like Men in Black where they can erase people's memories or anything like that. Or the second idea was that the character named the Stitch. So we introduce another character now, the squad, or 4 or 5 people that are going to be on this little team to investigate this. Probably 4. He's behind him and he's invisible because he's got a little invisible thing that he touches and it goes blink, right? So I think that's the move. And actually, we're gonna see the invisible like shape in this panel up here, because you're gonna go like, what the hell is like, what is behind him? And we'll paint that in. I think that'll be fun. So he's like, what's the extraction point? Right now. Right? That's cool. And then they're gonna have some banter because I feel like the Stitch character and Scott, the 2 characters, they're buds, but they're like, like they're the bantering characters. Like, you can't do that. You can't just be invisible and like show up. Like someone's gonna see that. And he's like, I got it. It's fine. Like, man. So that's what's gonna happen in this page, right? So again, I kind of have the story in my head. Hi from France. Awesome. Fred. Thanks for watching. I'm laying out some comics here. This is just the thumbnails. Okay. So now it's going to be the cafe. We pull out a little bit. And, again, just stick figures is fine. Even just stick figures is like, you're going to get that. You might capture, something when you're scribbling fast like this. Here's the table, and now Stitch is like standing there, and he's just deactivated his personal cloaking device. And he's like, you can't just do that, right? I'm just gonna put exclamation point, and he's just like, oh, it's fine, don't worry about it. You worry too much. Like, you can't do that. Oh, wait. You can't do that. You can't just do that. And he's like, chill out, man. Chill. It'll be something like that. Just not the final dialogue, just the kind of gauge for what's happening there. It's all good. No one saw me. And then I want to introduce the spaceship here. And what page are we on? I should have put the page numbers in, right? Okay. So we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now we know. No. So this was 6 and 7. 6, 7, 8, 9. So now we're at 9 pages, almost halfway through. this issue, almost. And I don't want to do too much with this scene. I don't want it to turn into a 5-page scene, but we got to have about 3 or 4 pages or 2 spreads to kind of get them from point A to point B to where they're now investigating, and they've been recapped on what the hell's going on. And maybe we learn a little bit more about what a 1965 is finally, because the readers have been, for 5 pages, they've heard 65, 65, what the heck's a 65? And then we'll kind of elaborate a little bit on that in the story. So, they're, again, I'll switch this panel up a little bit. I'll do some close-ups, like what's going on. All right. I'm going to get a little bit faster here, I think, just to move it. And he's going to be like, it's not like I brought the ship or anything. And he's like, oh, I did. And then, so I've been doing this a while. So like these lines I'm putting in here like that, again, I'm thinking when I'm drawing here, I'm trying to move the story to go right and then into these, right? That's kind of the idea there. I'll clear that. Go back to my blue. And now we can swoop down in here, and it's pretty cool to do that and have a sort of a down shot. And same thing. It's like they're both looking up. He's like, it's not like I brought this page. Oh, that's right, I did. It's like, not like I brought I forget the name of it right now. It's the T-38 or something like that. The triangle spacecraft. And it's up there. So we're going to go ahead and just have it up in the sky. So it's kind of, now we're introducing the ship. This is kind of what they get around in, and it's usually invisible as well. Oops. No. Yeah, that's fine. I can move this. Oh. This is not final pencils. This is just roughs. So, we can move this around, and it doesn't really look like much right now, but we can get the perspective right so that, these are building rooftops over here and stuff like that for across the street where they're standing. Little cafe, downtown Pittsburgh or downtown Washington, D.C. or something. And then, I'll work on the perspective whenever I get to the actual pencils. The idea is here that he's got the ship and it's hovering, it's waiting. And then we're going to go to 3 panels here. Boom, boom. All right. This is cover a little bit of. Maybe not 3 panels here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 panels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 panels. And then this page will have more of like a reveal of the ship situation. And this is going to be kind of more of a detailed panel view of a down shot of a city. We haven't done one of those in a while, just to kind of like, I haven't done one on these streams either, so get into that. But for now, if I know it's the thumbnail, right, I'm just going to put the shapes in just real quick of, some buildings and some houses and some trees down there and shit, right? some streets, busy streets, or not busy streets, and maybe even further zoomed out. That's way too zoomed in for what I want. Yeah, I want really small buildings because we're going to see how they get up there in the ship. Yeah. Like, so the way that they get on this ship is they've got these little pods that they get into, and they get into them, and those pods too either can become light or invisible, and they just go right up into the ship. That's kind of like their exploratory vehicles. I can't remember the name of them right now. They're like called bees or something, like exploratory something, battle pod sort of thing. So here I want to keep with this view of this, and he's like leading him down an alley. Like I tucked it back in this alley here. Come on, like he just parked it here, and it looks like looks kind of like that with 2 seats. It's a 2-seater, little pods. It's like, man, don't worry about it. It's right over here. We'll park the space pod thing over here. No one's seen it. And then there. Now I want this to go like that, right? So now they're in the pod. They're racing up, like up and out, right? That's kind of where you want your eyeballs to go. And then they're in there. So that's a view that I've done before. It's pretty easy. They're in the pod. It's got some like, and now we're at the first level. Come up out of the alleyway. And again, I realize this probably doesn't look like much to anyone else, but I can see the perspective of, down shot, and they're zipping up out of this alleyway, right? And then into the waiting spacecraft. There's nothing on the top of that ship, so it's even smaller than that. But it's a big black triangle in the middle of the day. But we can see it. Nobody else can. I'll have to decide whether I want to make that translucent. I probably will. Tell a little bit about that craft. I've done it in a comic strip before, but every time you're reintroducing like the X-Men have their Blackbird, or I think that's what it's called. That's kind of what's up. I'm even okay with breaking the panel borders a little bit on this one. Just a little bit. And actually showing the things is fine, because this is where the pods come in and out of. The bottom up. Jeez. The eraser is really touchy today. So yeah, they're zooming up. That'll be a little challenging page because you got the little city shot down here underneath. Maybe the horizon line over there. It'll be fun. A little challenge. And then now we're in the ship. So I needed to show that 3-page scene. We go from the guy at the cafe, he gets the alert, his partner's there. He's like, how are we going to get there? Well, boom, they got this spaceship that you can learn more about it on the Secret Forces Instagram. If you want to go there, all the comics are free to read there. So then they zip up in the ship, and we'll have some more dial. There's room in there for some story to kind of move that part along. Then they're in the ship and the pod. I want to show that there's multiple pods across, because I actually have the schematics for this ship drawn somewhere in my notes. So I kind of know that these pods, there's like 4 or 5 of them. This is enough for, they're 2-seaters, so it's enough for 10 people to be whatever. So boom, so come up there. And now we're going to meet a new player, right? So we're introducing the team in kind of an interesting way. I got another thing to show, another idea for introing the team, but we don't need to show them sitting in the cockpit and moving out. We just need to show them kind of that we know that they're here and they're walking or something. They've already exited the craft. Come on. Why won't this change today? Okay, so yeah, they're just in here and they're walking now. Right? Maybe he's even saying something like, it's my weekend off, guys. My weekend off again. It's my weekend. There are no weekends. Or basically the unknown doesn't wait or something like that. I'm just writing these ideas. The unknown doesn't work 9 to 5. That's fun. Okay. So, boom. Now, more of a, I want more of like a, yeah, he's going to be like that. She's like, man, this is bothering me. I need to wipe this off or something. This is staying stuck on the eraser tool. I think it's just because the pen might be a little dirty or something. Cool. That's better. Erase that. I just need like a real firm stance here for, who basically are our main characters. Like, what are we dealing with? Okay, what's up? What's going on? And they're getting sort of like a briefing on what's going on from Iris here. Lady with the purple hair. And she's kind of pointing at some, I think they've got these big monitor screens in their ship. So we've met 3 of them. There's going to be 4 people. I need to decide on which 4th member, but basically for going and checking out things, this is the crew. I'll explain them in a minute, or we'll explain them in the story as to why they have this ship and like they're flying around. It's kind of a secret, but for them. So if you think of what is the Secret Forces, it's sort of the people that are keeping the real stuff going. So like they know about all the stuff that we shouldn't know about. It'll freak us out. monsters and myths and legends and outer space threats and all kinds of stuff that is above everyone else's pay grade. The Secret Forces takes care of. That's kind of the idea. When robot heads fly out of the sky and then there's Indian ghosts and stuff, it's like there's a mystery to be solved here. Like what's going on? Called the Secret Forces. So she's going to give a recap. How many hours ago this was? I think they deploy pretty fast for like a code 1965. 1965. Code 1965. And now we're going to learn on the next page what that is. So now we're on page 10 and 11. And here I've only been doing this stream for an hour so far. We set the OKRs for my own personal comic creation, and I've basically sketch written out 4 pages, 2 spreads so far. So let's get into the next spread. And then I'll jump back to actually penciling out this one. That's going to be today's goal, I think. So we can do these I was doing them kind of as I went. And now I think I'm just going to do these in chunks. Like these batches are good. And I didn't really plan on showing the kind of writing and thinking process and posing. And these are not final poses, but this is part of the deep work of comics. Figuring out this part is probably one of the most important things. And I'm always jealous of other artists that could do it a lot better. Like I see their thumbnails, like Dean Haspiel has some amazing thumbnails that he posts on his socials and like for his Red Hook on Webtoon. And I'm like, well, man, my thumbnails aren't even anything. They're just these shapes and figures and stuff. Just trying to capture the quick motion and work pretty fast. If I actually did it deliberately and kind of really thought about, I could spend way more time. But again, time is a luxury, like time is something that we can't stop. So I'm trying to move as fast as possible and get these pages done. I have the story in my head. Let's get it on paper as soon as possible. That's kind of the idea here. So in this next panel, I want to, I need to introduce one more person, but I think I might stop. Well, I don't know. I just want to keep going here, but it's going to take me a minute to figure this out. Because I haven't quite decided who I want the fourth person to be. And it's a little complicated story-wise for me. But I'm going to do it. So, because usually what I like to have in my little group of these characters is like the detective guy, smart dude, whatever. We have Iris. She is like basically her power, I guess, for all intents and purposes, her ability is to go to a place and she can see what's happening or what happened recently, or if there's a lot of emotional energy. So basically she can replay what happened. She's kind of standing there. So it's called like post-cognition, post-cognition sort of ability. Kind of psychic, but not. Like she could probably see murders a lot and things like that. Or anywhere there was a lot of emotional energy, a fight. So you can imagine. Now, you can see where I'm going with the story here, because can you imagine the emotional energy that might be at the Badlands? Right? That's kind of where you could see where that might go. Right? And I'm kind of figuring that part out. But the emotional energy of this place where, in Lakota lore, there was so many battles with monsters and stuff there. That's interesting. But also, we came and took their land, and these spirits are there. they're still there. And now there's this robot head, that's come out of nowhere and landed there. And so what is she going to end up seeing when she gets there? That's kind of the interesting thing that's in my mind as I'm thinking and writing this. That's the fun part for me too. But anyways, she's on the team. And I'll have more pictures of them in a minute. I'm just kind of describing this out loud so you can see where my mind is going with this story. The second character I like to have on the team, is we have the detective guy. He's basically a really smart, he sees the patterns and the clues and like what could really be going on. And he's a tough guy too, Detective Scott Darcy. And he's got a history too that's I won't get into right now. But for people that have read Secret Forces, his parents were in the Space Force and all this crap. And it's just, there's a lot of backstory to this. So I have that character, and then I have the Stitch, who's one of my mainstays. So he's got like a living prison. So there's basically the way to contain something. If they find something, there's a way to contain it. There's a way to fight it, and there's a way to see what went on. So that's a really awesome thing. There's a detective for clues, and then there's also the containment unit, which is basically the Stitch if they need it. And there's usually a heavy. There's usually someone that's really good at fighting, or someone that's got a lot of strength and power to fight something off, or whatever, if they encounter something crazy. So that character used to be called the Scorpion, and in the last storyline, he sort of betrayed them. And then one of the rules for betraying them is now you got to go to the jail, the living prison. So I need a new heavy, and I have one. And that's the character that we'll meet in this next scene. And it's a little interesting because I'm taking Secret Forces and I'm making it into, all of my worlds that I've ever created, from when I was back in high school to whenever I did, my own actual published works and stuff like that. And so I think in this series, I'm actually reintroducing who was Hero by Night. So it's Jack King is on this team now. And that's just, anybody that knows that character, that's his backstory. And I won't really get into it much. But I've been kind of hesitant to include him on this team. But I think in this case, for this new issue, #1, it's going to make more sense. So I'm trying to think those things out as I'm staring at this void of blank pages and going, should I do it? Should I do it? And he's definitely there. So Detective Darcy is here, and he asks, what's this about? Iris starts telling him, code 65. We're going to have a close-up then on Iris's face for the first time as she's telling the boys what's up. I shouldn't do that all the time, but sometimes I feel like I'm doing a drawing video where I need to do the crossbars on every head so that you can kind of see the pose of what's going on. But I got to stop thinking about that. So anyways, I hope that was a little bit insightful, maybe, to kind of see the thinking and the forethought of where the story is going without, I guess it's kind of spoiling it, a little bit. Like, you can kind of see what's going to transpire when this empath or this lady with the crazy ability gets to the emotional lands, this crazy thing going on. I kind of know what's going to happen, but like I've kind of said in the other, that might not even be really what she looks like. I've said in the other videos too, that sometimes I just let the characters kind of speak. I know I have these pages. I know this is going to be page 11, 10 and 11. And I want to get to, she's kind of recapping, and I want her to have a close-up shot so we can see her. But then I also want to cut back to, she's now describing what the last time the secret forces encountered a 65. And we're going to have a big screen here. And in 1965, in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, I need to get the shape right. It's a Volkswagen bus, guys. A Volkswagen bus. An item crashed in Kecksburg, which is the Volkswagen bus. And she's explaining this. So this whole page here is going to be dedicated to explaining what a 1965 is. And so we're going to get a little shot of some of my other characters. I think 3 panels here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then we're going to get a picture of Drew Price with his hat, right? Because the description is that if the thing that they're going to be dealing with here is that whenever Drew Price got stuck in another dimension in one of the other storylines, and we're going to explain that here. And when he found his way back, he got his way back to here. When you transfer items from another dimension into this dimension, they're different. So Drew Price became basically indestructible, and his flannel, everything that he was wearing, his hat, his flannel, his skin, everything on the outside was now basically indestructible. And maybe even like he doesn't age anymore since he came back. So he left in 1998. There's a whole storyline about this on the website somewhere. And that storyline was called Zombieopolis because he went to the neighboring dimension, and which was full of basically looking like zombie people. It was crazy. I know this sounds nuts, like talking about all these different storylines, but it is actually something that's made, and you can go look at it, you can go find it. But when he came back to so he left in 1998, but when he came back from the dimension, he landed in 1965. So way beyond his 90s where he was from. And so now he had to kind of go on with and the secret forces were there. So Stitch was actually there and knew and worked with Drew Price for a while. So, but Scott Detective doesn't know this. So we're going to learn about Drew Price in this panel. And I got to think about this a little bit more. It's not important. I don't want it to be important to anybody just picking up this issue for the first time. These are standalone issues, so I have to kind of describe it in a short, brief way that makes it make sense. But we're going to learn about Drew Price and how he came back. And I think we're going to have, a shot of Detective watching, and then Stitch is here, and they're kind of moving the story along. And I want to avoid talking heads as much as possible, So at least the scene's interesting looking and something's happening. We're getting a recap on page 10 is the recap of what the hell went down and why a 1965 is important to everyone. And so like maybe they're questioning, like, is that right in this? Like, so I'm gonna go really panned out now because we've been kind of really zoomed in on people. So I kind of want to see more of the situation that's on that bridge of the ship. This is a close up of the screen. And then what else? Okay, so we know that's what the code 1965 is, and also she's going to now cut into what's going on right now. So they got a close-up of the head. I think we're just going to do 2 panels. In this case, we don't know. We're not sure, so just keep some room for some dialogue happening, and these guys are over here listening. And basically, that's why it set off a code 1965, is because the last time they got that reading of energy, it was something that came out of another dimension and flew into here. And the last time that happened was the Kecksburg incident, when Drew Price came back in the Volkswagen bus. And so now this robot head is giving off the same type of energy. So it's a mystery. Like, where did it come from? Was it another dimension? What the hell's going on with this thing? And we already saw, as readers or observers of this story, we were able to see that something happened. Like, the guy grabbed the head and got trashed. So is it evil? Is it whatever? And then why the heck did the ghosts start showing up? So there's some like mystery here that we're going to hopefully solve within 22 pages or 24 pages. So that's kind of a challenge in and of itself, because one of my goals is that this issue will be standalone. You'll be able to pick it up. You can kind of see the characters and meet them, not every time, but you don't need to have 10 issues of something to understand it. It's going to be real standalone. This mystery, we're going to solve it, and then we're going to move on, right? So the mystery to be solved is, what is this head? Why did it trash that guy? Who are these Indians? What the hell's going on, right? So you can see kind of where the story's going. And they're about to investigate. And they're like, okay, well, we're lacking our firepower, right? We're going to need some, it sounds like we might need, they don't know what they're getting into here. And we lost the heavy guy, the power puncher. We lost him the last story arc that I did. So now we need to be reintroduced to a new member of the team that's going to take forth the punching, the fighter, the indestructible guy. So he's basically here saying like we're going to need some. We hit her. Who knows what we're dealing with? Who knows what? Who knows what we might face? I'm just going to write that down for now. That's fine. And then they're like, "Don't worry, we hired a new guy. We got a new guy." They all have code names too, so sort of. So we got Iris, we have Stitch. Scott does not have a code name because he thinks the code names are lame. He's just like, I'm just Scott Darcy. I don't need no code name. But this guy's code name will be codename Hero. And we're going to introduce him right in here. He's going to be coming in from the back. They mostly wear all black, too, in their suits. But his suit will be a little bit different, this guy. Oh, a little bit of branding on him. Just a little bit. Maybe not even branding, just his suit will look a little bit different than these people. So, no. All right. And I think maybe Darcy may have heard of him. And he's been gone for a little while. He's been gone for he disappeared maybe 10 years from the public eye. But he's been doing secret missions for a while. Yeah. And this will be him meeting Scott. We're just going to do a little. I mean, this is probably a little bit too much, to be honest. I'm just kind of noodling now, and we do need to like have him. This is the first time he's on the team. He's shaking Scott's hand because Scott's kind of their leader, Scott Darcy. And we won't get into the rest of the director and like the full thing. We only need to see this snapshot of this crew that's getting sent to investigate this issue. So later on, we'll maybe other books or something, or at the end, we'll have a brief of what's going on here. You know, pleasure to meet you, kind of thing. Hey, what's up? I've heard of you. You know, and then kind of just what I said, like. We're going to have Jack. His name is Jack King. And he's got a beard that he can't shave because it just grows back over and over again. And I might even have him bantering a little bit about he doesn't want to be called Hero. He wants to be called, his code name is King. I think that's pretty good. All right. Well, I'll figure that out. I'll figure that part out. And he's got kind of an interesting story that maybe we'll kind of get into a little bit into the deep weeds of the issue if we have a time for like a couple panels where there's some back and forth. Because basically he's on borrowed time, this character. He knows he has like X amount of time to live. So the rest of his life, he's just dedicated to service of mankind, pretty much through the secret forces. So he's willing to give himself. So that's kind of why they call him like hero and stuff. Oh, he's a hero. He's willing to die at any moment for any of these causes because he already knows his time is limited, very limited. It's like his power is running out, and when it runs out, he's dead. So, okay. All right. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen in those panels, but we know, or I know, that ship that they're in, and if they're in Steel City right now, which is pretty much Pittsburgh, to get to North Dakota, they can literally be there in like 5 minutes. Like that ship is super fast. It's like a high, very top secret craft. It can be almost anywhere in the world in like 15 minutes or something. It can go around the planet. Like it's just super duper duper fast when they're in it. Top secret. technology. So this, I don't know, we'll figure this part out. Now that I've decided to introduce that character live here, actually, because I've been toying with which character should I put in that place. And I know I needed somebody with a lot of strength, and I didn't want it to be Drew Price, not yet, or maybe we just see him mentioned. But Jack King, the old hero by night, who is now dying, and has dedicated himself to the service, is now their heavy. He's the person that's going to get in there and punch some stuff if they come across anything like that, or whatever. Should they need it? Should they need that ability? He can take it on. I'm going to leave that last part open because I think we should. Now we have that choice. We have that option now again of a page turn. So we know from there to what's the next reveal point. And I think we should just get to, 12, we should get to them at the Badlands, right? They're there just like a spaceship would be. So I think that's what this last panel actually could be, is a little bit of a, I don't even know why I'm doing this as like a shape of this panel, but I'm going to kind of have like a bridge view. That's another thing about this ship, is that they can look out the sides and be like observing what's going on down below. So I think they're going to be like, just observing what's going on as they're getting there, right? So that's our core. That's our little squad for this issue. And we're about to, and I think we're going to see all the little fancy screens and stuff, like the little ETA. Like, all right, let's get on it. All right, let's go. ETA. Be there in 5. Be there in 5, right? This is really getting messy now. Look at that. I just wanted to put something there because I feel like I could probably flow into, here we are, an hour and a half, probably an hour of doing this here. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages kind of written out visually about this story flowing. So we're going to get into the other deep work here in a minute, but I could keep going right now. I'm kind of in a flow, and maybe I should, but I think for this part, I'm going to stop and I'll do this after, because I think that just kind of gives enough to go off of, because I need to get moving on this page. So that being said, I will just grab this sketch right out of here, just like I normally would. I'm going to 3-finger swipe down. Let's go back, switch my camera. Let's do this view so you can see some of the gestures, maybe. Right. I'm using a tripod this time, I'm not using a whiskey bottle with the camera on top of it. Now I've got this, I put it on an actual tripod so that I can go back and forth between that. I can kind of just pan around now if I want to show you everything that's going on my screen. It makes it easier to kind of get the exact view that I want. So 3-finger swipe down, copy, and then I'm going to go back to my blank page. What did I say that was? Should be page 6. Going to go in here. My rough pencils, that's fine. 3-finger swipe down. paste it in. It's really small, but that's okay. I'm going to blow it up just like you would old school. The old school comic ways, you would go to a Kinko's or a photocopy machine and you would set that to like 80% big and then blow up the thumbnail and then put it on a light board and all that. Now you can just do it this way. So there's our roughs. I'm going to fade those out a little bit. See where we're at. I'll just keep my template on for a minute because I feel like I did the 3 panels down there. So I'll stick with that. I'll move those guys in there. And now we're going to get into it. So I'm going to go back and do my panel liner. And moving forward, I've reorganized my brushes this week so that I'm only going to use this set called Secret Set. So I don't have to jump around too much. These are all the brushes that I should possibly ever need. And a couple new ones I just made. I made a new spatter brush here. I don't have these ones out, but you know, I made a new spatter brush. That's pretty cool. I can't wait to kind of get in there and use that around, but these should be the only ones I need to use. So always my ultimate comic pencil. That one's available in the sets. But these should do the job. But my panel liner is usually set to 13. Well, or maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. I think all the way down and it's good enough. It should be on 5%. I don't really need that for right this second. So I'm just going to get in here. Make sure I'm on the ink level. Should have my lines. And then I'm just going to go ahead and... So that's the cool thing about Procreate too. If you are, say you're drawing a line, little gesture thing here. Even if I'm like warbled and I just stop, it'll go straight if you stop and pause. So even if I'm like trying to go all the way across and I'm like, oh, I stop. But then if I push one finger down as I haven't left the pencil hasn't left the pad. But if I hold another finger down, it'll now snap to 45-degree angles. So that's kind of how you snap to straight lines. A little trick to speed things up. And again, you know, I've said it in the other streams, but this process here, now I'm thinking about what I just sketched out and what I'm about to pencil. And I'm looking at some of these panels that I sketched, and I'm thinking about them, like thinking about the poses that I'm about to flesh out. So I use this time here of boring panel making to kind of think about what I'm about to draw and prepare myself for it mentally, you know. So I'm just going to go ahead and, you know, I'm not worried about how big I made the panel there. And I'm not really sticking to these blue marks either. I'm just kind of getting the panel straight, and I want to fill up the page, and I don't really care much about that. I know that we have, you know, I think in my layout I went like that, but I don't think that that's necessary. We can just stick to good old classic squares and rectangles, and you know, it's tempting because you want to have these like cool shapes and stuff, and panel breakouts and cool lines and stuff, but it's just not necessary. You don't need all that. You can do it, but really you're just telling an effective panel to panel work. And if you can do that in normal size panels, sometimes it's cool to have fly off panels or break a panel border or something like that. But I got so used to being like, let's just tell the story as best as I can with what I got. Change that back to that. So now we got our panels here. Very classic, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 panels. I pretty much just mimic how I would do it on Bristol. I don't keep pre-formatted panels anywhere to like turn off and on. You could do that, but I like to be able to kind of have the flexibility just to draw them live and have this time, even if it's just a minute, like I said, to kind of absorb what I'm about to draw and think about it. Think about the poses and things like that. So that's where I'm at. There, let me check something really quick. Let's check something real fast here. Make sure I got that ready to go. No. Okay. Something's not right here. 1 second. I didn't go live on Facebook today. I only went to, I only did it on YouTube because I don't know. Facebook's been kind of annoying me lately. I have the ability to go live on both, and I just kind of feel like I don't want to give Facebook much more juice. And I can get rid of these templates here. I want to be. I'm going to name my layers just so. Pencils, right? Colors, inks, rough pencils, template off, balloons. All right. Last couple pages, if you've seen. Kept losing my place on the layers, and Rich was watching and saying, "Why don't you just name your layers?" And I'm like, yeah. It only takes a second to do it, but suck at it. I'm going to change my pencil to, a standard looking color. I think would be good. And now we got him fast turning around. Try and get that shape. So this is where the real drawing comes in, right? So I want him to be pointing at his gun phaser. And for this, I also kind of want to take a look at my reference and open that back up. Just to kind of reference how he was holding his hand. He had it in his left hand. So this hand would have been the bracing hand. This shit's important, guys. So if he would have had this hand, this is main trigger hand, this hand over here, this hand become the now we can get a little tighter on the penciling if I want. And again, I don't know. There's a lot of noodling that can go on. In the penciling stage, it might be a little important just to kind of figure out what's what. Wait. So that stripe that comes down his shoulder will turn and go this way. He's got the. You will have the Space Force emblem here. I kind of regret doing it in gray now. I kind of want to change my penciling to blue. I might. And we know that he's got a big backpack on. These tubes are coming over. It's fine. I'm going to work with it. I made this choice. Now I'm sticking with it. I'm just going to pretend like I don't have another pencil to use. Yeah, I'm glad I set that OKR and looked at some of the time because, I mean, at the beginning of this video, if you want to go back and look, I set my OKR, my objective and key results for this comic. Let me pour myself some coffee here. And that's coffee, guys. I'm not like peeing or anything. It's coffee. Yeah, I set my objectives to kind of give myself some deadlines. Just because, again, I really like my job, and my day job just kind of overtakes my life just a little bit. And the reason is, I thought about that. Like, why is that happening? I always stop and ask myself, why? Why? Why didn't I get a comic done this week? Or why didn't I draw on Wednesday night? And the answer was, well, I was really busy at work that day and I had a lot of stuff to do. And I got all these to-do lists and OKRs and objectives and key results when I say OKRs. And that I'm trying to meet. And we only have till the end of May to get them done at work. And it's like pressure's on to kind of wrap up a couple things. And my days, I lose track of time when I'm working at the day job. And suddenly, it's 5:00 and I'm like, okay, just 15 more minutes, something like that. And I don't know what the back of their helmet looked like, to be honest. I never really showed it. So this is going to be fine. So yeah, my day melts into my other day, my regular time, my personal time. And suddenly it's 6:30 and I'm like, what the? So if I was planning on streaming at 8, I didn't schedule it ahead of time, which was, I should have done it Monday evening or Monday during the day. I was like, I need to schedule Wednesday's stream. And Monday was so busy, I forgot to schedule Wednesday's stream. Monday was so busy that I forgot I wanted to schedule a doctor's appointment for like just a normal like checkup, physical blood work. I tried to do that last Friday, but there was no one there. And And then, so yeah, all these things I had on this to-do list, I had it written on paper. It was in front of me, but the thing that was overwhelming me was that at work, I have this set of goals and OKRs, objectives and key results. And that's what I'm constantly thinking about. I've trained my mind to think about, work, goals. And so I thought, okay, I need to really get on this and start making some goals and objectives for myself too. And that's kind of what I just did at the beginning of this video. I was like, I need to write it down and make sure that I give myself a realistic, maybe semi-realistic goal to get this comic done. And I put the end of June. That was my objective, to be done with this entire issue and have it ready to print by the end of June. That's 8.5 weeks. And I thought, if I set myself that kind of objective, then I can look at that objective every day and kind of go, all right, where am I? Here, I'm gonna go back to that real quick, because some people missed that, I think, but I'm just gonna go back to that real quick. So I can go back to this objective every time I want. Every day I should look at this and go, okay, where am I? How many pages am I on? And then you can have, if you were a team, you would do it this way. You would say, you review your key results. You would say, oh, the Secret Forces #1 is complete by the end of June. And I'm feeling pretty good about that right now. So I'm going to mark it as a green. Right. I'm feeling pretty good that I can do it now. I think that I can achieve this goal. But if for some reason, like this past week, I was like, I did not complete an average of 2 pages this week. So now, I'm on yellow. Right. Or the whole thing is up and now I'm on yellow. Right. Because I didn't get it done. Then you have to ask yourself, why didn't you get that goal done? And I said, well, the reason I didn't get a page or didn't stream much this week is because I've been really busy at work. So that's my second key result, is I have set a daily cutoff point for my day job at 4:30, because I start work super early. I'm at my desk sometimes by 6, starting my day job. And that's a whole other problem. But as long as I'm able to cut off at 4:30, shut things down and shut off the messengers and stuff, should give me ample time to have time to kind of reset my brain and not be burnt out, not be feeling like mush, right? And they don't have my Saturdays. So that is the idea there. And I highly suggest an OKR for yourself. Set yourself some OKRs, whether it's like losing some weight, and then use those OKRs as your North Star. If you're like, what am I doing today? Then open up your OKR set and go, oh, that's right. I'm supposed to be losing weight. One of my key results is I cut sugar. I got to do that today. In the corporate world, we use those OKR sets as like meeting guidelines too. It's like we just review, where are we with this project? Where are we with that project? Okay, are there any blockers? Blah, 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 right? So we're putting that same thing to use. Okay, so we got the ghost. He's kind of translucent. That'll mostly be done with painting, I think. How badass did he look? Oh, he looked kind of faded-y. All right, cool. Don't need to go into details then. He's a ghost, right? Spirit. But the clearer he comes in, the more I want him to look more serious. And I'm going to kind of get into that a little bit. He's not saying anything yet. So I just need to not noodle on the face. So I'm noodling here with the face. I need to go back. And I can actually change my eraser back to kneaded eraser so that I can kind of... So the kneaded eraser brush, what it's going to do is like if I lightly... Oh, well, maybe not, guys. It should allow me to kind of... Oh, still way too much. It'll allow me to like fade things out over time because of the opacity there. Right. Or maybe it's the pressure. No. I might have messed up the pressure sensitivity on this brush, but that's okay. Bing, bing, bing. All right, good. That's mostly a painting thing that I'll do whenever I'm over there. Okay. Is it on layer? Oh, here he is. Look at this, Rich. You must just be joining us because I already just said, look at this. Pencils, rough pencils, colors, inks, balloons. Look at that, Rich. I'm keeping myself organized today. So, yeah, I want to sketch out the shape of our friend here. I kind of want like this, like spirit energy to be flying off the body, and his head is here. Right, looking pretty serious. And let's see. You know, it's even better if he's pointing. Like if he's like starting to point. See how I'm building that up with just some like he's pointing at the guy. And I want a couple other Braves kind of appearing in the background. So it's like a band of Braves actually that are trapped there. So now we'll get in, and they'll be real, you know, probably not detailed at all. Let's just get in there a little bit. Today, I'm working mostly on pencils. So if you've missed it, I've laid out about, just kind of reset the room a little bit. I laid out all these pages today and I wrote them live. So we you and I together, we did this together. I wrote and sketched out, or kind of visually sketched out 6 new pages to work on live at the beginning of this video. So you can go back later and check it out if you want. Right. And I think it's worth going back to my reference of some Indian guys, and I actually wanted Lakota Indians for a reason. So I'm just going to look at them from a distance. There's a lot of random shapes, and the way that the hairstyles are pretty important. Not like that. I don't like that one with the feather up. That's kind of, but this one specifically, I really liked that one. And I kind of sketched that. That's pretty cool. I like that they just have like random fabric and things like that can blow if they were ghosts. That look cool. So, okay. Got that. See, Rich, you're helping me. You're coaching me with the layer thing. I appreciate it. Actually, for a ghost, I'm just gonna kind of, we can just put in the shape forms of where I want them to be. And I do need to get a little bit better on this. There's also this bear clan up there. And that's going to be kind of a focus. So they had more fur, like, we'll get in there a little bit better. I'm basically just penciling to ink. So at this point, I just want to get the shapes of the eyes and the facial structure. I'm not really getting too it's like an emo Indian now. No, I don't want to get too detailed there because it is a ghost and it is a faded out sort of shape. They're going to be extra faded out, so I don't even want too much. I kind of don't want a whole lot at all, to be honest. We'll work on the main Indian in a minute. Spirit. Okay. Could maybe even look a little scary, kind of, Ever notice that sometimes ghosts look, normal, and then sometimes when ghosts appear, they look a little dead, or they look a little like frightening. think this guy's going to have the long braids. This fella here. They're going to be like blowing off. Blowing it in front of his face. Right. Cool. Same. This guy, I definitely want that more feature on. I don't know what's going on with this eraser brush. It was working nice and fine. Let's see here. Pressure. Dynamics. Opacity. Up a little bit. Rendering? Is that what I'm looking for? Sorry guys, a little brush work here. Can't find the setting now. Oh, here he is. Pressure roundness. All right. No. Okay, wait a minute. Where was I? Properties? Smudge? No. Minimum opacity and maximum opacity. That's what I was looking for. That's the maximum opacity. Minimum. This should adjust my brush a little bit. Maximum opacity. Try to make it like a kneaded eraser, right? So that, like, when you push, that should do it. Yeah. Yeah. I can get in there and clean that up. Switch back. Right. So we got these spirit braves showing up. And he's like, whoa. Right on. right? That's pretty cool. And those crazy mountains out there. Ridges. Cool. And then up here we have the, the starbase is saying like, yo, what's up? Come in. What's going on down there? And there's nothing. He's not saying a thing. He's just like stunned about what's happening right now. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of get the first head shape that I had from the thumbnail. And I wanted to fill up this. I wanted to fill up this more. So I'm going to go ahead and draw the eye shapes. So we get the basic. So now this ghost is saying something. We get that basic shape, and then I want to blow it up more. So I want it to be filling up more of this panel. Oh, eraser brush. What are you doing? Better. Yeah, trial and error. That's better. If this were a TV show, this is what like the eerie, the eerie Indian ghost. When you're drawing a ghost, you can kind of focus on the main features. So you got the eye and the mouth. He's saying distant. Distant. Early. Warning. Which is the title of the story. What's nice about this ultimate pencil brush available in the set is when I turn it sideways, I can kind of get these nice swooping motions just like it was a real pencil, right? And I can kind of figure out, that. Go. want to see some of his braids there. You never want to show. You want to see where the ear is, but not important to show the ear, because most of the time when you look at someone with long hair, you can't see their ear. So it's like a big mistake that artists often make is they draw the ear, they draw the whole face, you got to see it underneath first. But it's looking like a creepy ghost Indian, guys. That's mission accomplished. And this will all be blue. This will all be faded out, like stuff. So, but since we're close up, I want to show some like of his beads and whatnot in his hair. This braid here kind of has to come down more. Just kind of hang up. Damn. Okay. Don't need that anymore. He has 2 feathers. And that's it. That's going to be enough for me to ink, I think. And let's see one more. I think that the perspective is, usually you measure something, so the chins of the other braids could be here if I wanted, or their eye lines could be here, or their noses could be here. But in this case, I think I kind of want, at least 2 of the spirits. So we're going to go with the nose. Nose to nose, right? So we use the nose as the perspective marker for the other braids. All right. Then I can kind of magically take him up a notch. As long as his nose is matching his nose. There's a little trick there. I mean, you can say that that's your horizon line then, right? That's the horizon line. The nose. It's like our nose. I don't know. It's hard to explain art, but our nose, we're at nose level right now. But that is also becoming the horizon line of perspective, right? So we know, the sky is probably right. See what I'm doing there? Yeah. But I won't. The main focus here should be the bubble of him saying it, ghostly bubble. And since that is the case, I think what I'm going to do is, no, I like him right there. I like him right in the center of the page like that. I was going to put another head over here. And I think I want to, but it's also okay if, like, we just do another subtle face right here behind. It's just the shapes. That'll be fine. I don't know. That's another thing I tried to encourage. I was asked to be on a interview on Monday night on the Near Mint comic channel. Near Mint Condition. It's a husband and wife, Omar and Melanie. They have their little, well, it's not very little. They're pretty popular comic book channel. They do a lot of reviews and a lot of like creator interviews too now. And they had me on to talk about my comics and my history and also my job at Spread Shop and how I have a day job now. And she told me that she was listening to the streams and she's like, "You give really good advice. Like, give us some advice." I'm like, "What? Oh no. Like, I don't know if anybody should listen to my, advice." Right. But she's like, "No, you do. You give really good life advice." And I'm like, "Oh." But anyways, it was fun to be on that. Kind of just talk about comics and whatever. And I think on there I just said, they said, "Well, what kind of, comics do you, like to make or something?" And I just said, like, "I basically, or what do you read?" And I'm like, "Well, I only kind of read comics that my friends do. And I really rarely read comics, to be honest. I look at them, but I've got this thing that someone once told me and it really made sense, where it's like, I don't want to be inspired by some other person's book accidentally or something like that. So I just want to keep to my own ideas and I don't want to be influenced, I guess, or accidentally, swipe an idea or something." So I don't really read a lot of comics and it's expensive too, to collect. I don't want to do that. Did that before. But I like to read my friends' comics, um, or my acquaintances, I guess. I wouldn't say that I would consider Jim Rugg a good friend because I've known him forever, but I read a lot of his stuff, Street Angel and Octoberina, and anything that he's working on. I just eat it up. Both my wife and I like his stuff. And then he's on there with Ed Piskor, on Cartoonist Kayfabe. So I don't know. I don't necessarily think. I mean, I know Ed, and I'd consider him a friend, acquaintance. I don't really know him like best pals, but I like his stuff as well. I like his cartooning. It took me a while to warm up to Tom Scioli's work, just because I'm mostly I would read Tom's stuff back when it was mostly an homage. It's still basically an homage to like Jack Kirby art. I didn't really know how to feel about it. He had a webcomic back when I first met him, Myth of Opus 8, which was basically his love letter to Jack Kirby art. And I loved it. And then he went on to do some other stuff. And I didn't collect all his stuff, but I would look at it and I go, that's neat. But at first I didn't know how to feel about Tom's work, just because it felt like he was just, that was his style, was Kirby's style. And I was like, well, that's like if I drew, I don't know. I'm not dissing it. It just took me a while to warm up to it. I think now that I know his thinking a lot more and stuff like that, as far as what he's doing, I appreciate that. It's a good mix of stuff. And I got into, I only follow, I follow the chain through that. I think I found Michael Fife's. Oh shit. What's the name of the book, guys? Oh, it's going to kill me. It's right over here too. Oh, my brain's not in it. Anyways. Copra book. Copra, right? Which was basically like, I don't know. That's a crazy book. I don't know how I found it, but I was like, I think I was in New York. I was in New York and I went to Midtown Comics and I saw a copy of Copra, I don't know how to say it. And I was like, what the hell is this? This is awesome. And then it turns out that Michael Fife, I think I'm getting it right. He knows the deal. Like he started out self-publishing his book directly to fans and doing what I used to do. I used to do that, you know. I used to do my webcomic. I did a published monthly color comic for a while, like 5 issues or something that I did. Um, it was a lot of work, but I loved it. I loved the hustle. Now Michael went on, looks like, and I might be talking out of turn here. I don't know. You can correct me in the comments later or something. Teach me. But he went on to put his books out through Image Comics. And for some reason, I recently saw, I heard that he was back to doing the self-fulfillment of the single issues. And I was like, that's cool. Some people say, like, well, why would you do that? Because you got this Image Comics would put out your stuff. I gotta look at this. Hold on a second. Gotta make sure I'm getting my reference right on this helmet. It's a little bit off, but okay, all right. Let's make it smaller. But anyway, so I forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, he's doing self-fulfillment, I guess. I gotta get those books from him directly. I think he puts it out through his mailing list or something. I'm just not paying attention too much, but I heard that that's what he was doing, and I was like, that's rad. And it was also very inspiring because I was like, yeah, if I do a comic again, I'm gonna probably self-fulfill my stuff. Not that I would turn down, I don't know. I wouldn't turn down an Image distribution, but I don't know. I just kind of feel like there's something fun, or maybe it's crazy, but there's something fun to me about hand packaging something or writing a thank you on a note or sending it out to people. So it's a lot of work, but I don't know. I find it more special. I like that. That's how I buy books. So I'm basically making books how I buy them. Like that's my method. I like to buy it directly off people's Kickstarters, and I like to get that personal touch. And so if I can do that with my people that buy my book, I know Rich buys everything I make. He's in here watching this. Thank you, Rich. And I try to, like write a little note or have a little fun with everyone. And let's go on this front of this outfit. It's kind of like I don't even know what got me on that kick. Oh yeah, I was on the interview Monday talking a little bit about day jobs and stuff like that. And that was kind of the feel, was like, what kind of comics do you like? What kind of comics do you want to make? Or blah blah blah, right? And that's it. I'm having fun here. This is a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun today because I basically just wrote, or I didn't write it, concepted, plotted 6 pages right here on my channel live to show you the process, and kind of, talked about my thought process and my decision making of what characters I wanted to include, why, where this might be going, as I'm just kind of openly thinking about this story. And I would like to watch that. That's why I'm doing this. Like, I would love to hear, my favorite creators of all time, or it's just something I'm following, I would love to hear their thought process as they were actually drawing the thing. That's just something that I wish that I had. Not that I'm anybody special, that anyone gives a shit, but I'm following that advice of I should do what the type of comics that I would do. And I'm going to do my YouTube channel or my YouTube videos here, how I would like to watch. Because I watch a lot of, well, I don't watch a lot of anything, to be honest, but when I do watch things, I like things like that, where it's just an interview or somebody's talking out loud, they're having a conversation. I like that. And I don't have a lot of that. There doesn't seem to be a lot of that. I like to listen to Jim and Ed talk about comics on kayfabe because they're mostly reviewing comics these days. But I would always dig in on like the videos where like they're talking about craft and like what they're thinking about. But they do that a lot during their comic reviews too, because they're like, oh, the artist chose to do this and the artist chose to do that. And like they had a couple interviews with they had an interview series for a while and they haven't done one in a while. Guys, you got to do more creator interviews. So those were just killing it. Like to me, I was like, oh my God, like Todd McFarlane was on there and they had a whole bunch of people on there. And I was like, oh man, who are they going to have next? You know, they just ran out of people, but I was like learning some stuff too. And I was like, wow, this is fucking cool. But I still like to watch the reviews too. And so the same with Near Mint's channel. They do a lot of reviews of what's coming out and stuff like that. I told Melanie on the stream there, I was like, your channel reminds me of hanging out at the local comic book store when the smart people are there, the smart comic guy, the comic nerd that knows everything about everything and he's super nice. And you can rely on Omar. If you say, hey, Omar, I want to get into Thor comics, where should I start? Omar's going to be like, yo, here's exactly what you do. Start with this issue here, start with this omnibus, and I'm going to trust him. That's where I'm going to put my money. And that's kind of like that. I like comic book stores like that too. But when I said it, I saw Melanie's face kind of go, huh. Like, oh, they never thought of that. And I'm like, no, that's what it feels like for me as a consumer of your channel. I just put it on and listen to Omar talk about the quality of the print of this issue and stuff like that. So I'm getting like the reader angle from Near Mint's channel. And then I get a little bit of the craft from the boys over at Kayfabe. So you're getting those two channels I highly suggest if you love comics. Near Mint Condition with Omar and his wife, Melanie. They're down in Kentucky, I believe. Omar seems to have some ends with Marvel. So he gets a lot of that stuff before anyone gets to see it. And they're smart because they're putting it, Marvel's smart there. They're putting it in the right hands. So hats off to them. And they have a spread shop too. So that's one of the reasons that they wanted to talk to me about my day job. So, okay, cool. That's pretty good, except for this guy's a little older. So I'll put a little more. And he's the first time he's ever seen a ghost, guys. So he's like, what in the fuck am I looking at right now? Like, I don't even know how to respond to what I'm seeing right now. Yeah. So I was just thinking about that and how Melanie said that I give good advice. And I was like, whoa, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know if my advice is good or not. I just try to be humble about it, I guess. My advice to people that want to make comics is shut up and draw comics. That's not very nice. But, do the best with what you got. Don't worry about what you don't got. Got some Post-it notes? Draw some comics on some Post-it notes. If you got a fancy iPad like this, well then get to it. Could save a lot of time. Draw a lot of comics, Do it however you want to do it. Just do it. Just do it. So this panel here, he's now like, oh, dude, he just saw these ghosts and now they're gone. And what in the crap? He's still kind of at a ready gun pose, sort of. Yeah. So I appreciate that, though. I take the compliment. If I'm humbled by that. If people listen to me or if they think that I'm giving some kind of wisdom, I'm just repeating what's worked for me or my experiences. Everybody's different. But lately I've been kind of on this, self-awareness kick. Like, I think everybody needs to be more self-aware of where they are and what they're doing, like where they are in life, maybe their realism. You might remember old Maximilian, who thought that he could just, from a previous stream, Maximilian thought that he could just buy his way into the whiskey world or something without knowing anybody. I don't think that's wise. Share the wisdom with... I'm going to look at this stupid foot here. All right. That's not good. He's in a spacesuit, guys. He's not naked. He's in a suit. So I gotta put some more girth on that. This. But yeah, this week for a while now, I've been kind of reflecting on my own self-awareness and what I'm good at, what I'm not good at. Thinking about it for work too, because I help a lot of creators at work. And one of the things, we say in marketing world is you got to eat your own dog food. Take your own advice. And when I tell people, well, like, we get a young, so for instance, let's role play this through. Have a young content creator who's got a channel that's blowing up and he doesn't know why or something, and he's looking to make some merch and he's now wanting to monetize his brand. And I'm like, there I am. I'm working at Spreadshop, and that's where most people do that. They start with merch. And, I kind of guide them a little bit like, hey, I'm glad that you're using Spreadshop. That's cool. But keep in mind, you don't have to sell everything, and you don't have to do this. So I give a little bit of advice about the merchandising thing. Like, you should start with the best sellers, and you should understand 80-20, the 80-20 rule of life, Pareto principle. We'll talk about that more later. I got all this shit in my head, right? And as I'm dishing out this advice, then I'm like, I'm not taking my own advice. I'm not doing my own. I got to take my own advice. So in marketing, they always say, in advertising, they say, eat your own dog food. Are you using your own products? Are you reading the type of comics you like? Are you supporting the artists that you like? And so I tell people one of the things, and my friend Saul Colt, who used to draw comics too, or make comics, publish comics, he's now a big marketing guru, dude. Saul Colt. He recently was on one of my work shows, and he gave some advice about personal pillars. Have your personal pillars. You got to understand your own pillars of your brand. And people are like, I'm not a brand. I'm just a guy, right? Or a woman. or, however you identify. I'm just a human being. I don't know. I'm not a brand, but you are a personal brand. Everything you are, whether you're selling something or not, your personal brand is who you are. Whether you're quiet and private or whatever, it's who you are. Knowing yourself, right? So, anyways, Saul said something recently about personal pillars. You got to have these pillars, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know about that concept. And the way he described it was really, really good. And he kind of encouraged me to do this. He was like, DJ, you should do some more live drawing. And I'm like, I don't want to do those, quick drawing. Here's how I drew Elvira. 30-second renderings of stuff. And he started talking about personal pillars. And then I thought, what are my pillars? And just like the OKRs or whatever, you can refer to your pillars. If you know who you are, you can make decisions based on, does this fit what I'm about? Like, should I even be talking about this shit? And that's kind of how I decide on things. And my personal pillars are, and let me know, hold on a sec before I do that. Okay, we got him turning around. Ghost is pointing at him, as ghosts often do. And then he says, distant early warning. And then he's like, what in the fuck does that mean, man? There's no language in my comics, by the way. I don't use swear words or anything in my comics. Right. He still needs to be a little older. All right. This chin's not. Fade that out. Okay. And he's turning around and they're not there anymore. It's gone. Good. And then he's going to be looking up and saying, we better call the secret forces. This guy that just said there's no such thing as ghosts, and then a bunch of ghosts appear. As it does happen. As one does. So yeah, personal pillars. My personal pillars are a couple things. I wrote them down. Wait, can I look at them without sharing too? I don't know. No, I'm just gonna look real quick. I know what they are, but I'm gonna look real quick because I just wrote them down this morning too when I was thinking about it. And I really only have 4. Because I think you shouldn't have more than 4. 4 is a good sound pillars to hold you up as a human being, right? So my first one is creating comic. You could boil that down and say creating. That's a pillar of mine. And inside that, I have a checklist about creating comics, and it says, "What about creating comics do I? What is my role in creating comics?" And it is making my own comics. Hold on. And caring about the craft and the discipline. And I should include in that part, the number 2 there, that caring about it is always be learning. Like I'm always trying to better my drawing by watching others or learning or trying or testing or practicing. I'm never going to be happy or satisfied. I should never get comfortable. Like I don't even feel like I know how to draw right now. I'm just kind of faking it. That's kind of what I feel. I feel a lot of other artists feel that too. But that's what I mean. You got to respect the craft and learn from others as much as possible. You're not a know-it-all. And then respecting the history and those who built the comic book industry, the comic book craft, let's say, not the industry, but his face should actually be back here. Yes. Okay. This is behind a visor, so it's tricky. A little tricky. That's my pillar number 1. then it gets a little trickier because of how you define yourself. But I think my second one definitely is helping others. And I think it's just helping others. If I know something and you need help, I'm going to point you in the right direction. I'm not going to hide it and be like, this is my secret thing that you cannot have, sir. Like, and it's probably to my detriment. I've had people say like, wow, you've always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And I'm like, it don't matter. Who cares? If someone's asking me for help and I can help them without, degrading my own life or whatever, or without hurting my own situation, then I should do it. I should try to help as much as possible. And in there I have, let's see here, little notes. So I'm always encouraging. You see it in these streams if you watch me or listen to me. I'm always encouraging other people to pursue their passions, whether it's working on music or your arts. Here's Aparna. Hello, Aparna. Uh-oh. Okay. I am Sarang. Okay. 7 years old. So there's a responsibility I have on this channel now that I've seen 11-year-old kids and 7-year-olds come in and watch me draw comics. That puts a lot of pressure on me personally. But hello. Talking about my pillars here. When you're 7 years old, you definitely do not know who you are yet. Maybe I didn't even know who I was. I definitely knew when I was 5 that I wanted to draw comics. I knew that. I'm lucky that I knew that, because I have friends that didn't know what they wanted to do, and still to this day. So I feel very fortunate that I kind of always knew that I wanted to draw comics and cartoons. And this person says, how can I get secret forces? So you can go to patreon.com/comics for the new stuff. These new pages will be serialized there, but that costs money, just so you know. But on the Instagram, search Secret Forces Comic, and it's there. You can read a lot of the backstory there. And on the Webtoon app, there's still some old Secret Forces comics there as well. So it is available in those different places. But soon I will have this new comic out. And I'll be happy for you to read it. Yeah. So yeah, I think encouraging people to do what they love is one of my pillars, and that's part of helping others. I'm encouraging them, whether it's music, art, planting a flower garden, I don't, playing ukulele. Man, your time is so limited. You have no idea. And do what you love. Even if you can't do it for a living, just do it. My goodness. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Just do it. So I'm just going through the hit list of good advice that comes from my pillars, I guess. The next one in that, helping others, is to listen to people's stories and where they're from and what they're doing and their hardships maybe, and understand them. Because, yeah, we should all listen to each other more. And people want to be heard. They want to know. They want you to hear them. And, that's important to listen to each other. Wherever you are in the world or different backgrounds and understanding, that's how we improve the world and each other while we're here. So that's my second pillar, right? Yeah. Helping others, right? Yeah. And then I will do one-on-one help with people if it fits my pillars. Like if it fits something that I know that I can help you with, I'm going to help you, right? Or point you in the right direction. Um, and then Stoicism is my third pillar, and that is just learning to be self-aware of myself, knowing myself, right? What am I good at? What am I not good at? What can I work at? Simplifying processes, right? So simplify is number one. Things don't have to be so complicated. You just got to put a system in place to get the important things done. Memento mori, right? That you could leave this life right now. So that's a big one. And it's pretty morbid, I know, thinking about death or whatever. But everyone's going to go. And you never know when it could be. So don't delay. So be mindful of your time. And I wrote down here, be mindful of your time and where you spend it, what you spend it on, and who you invest your time in. Because that's all you got to spend is time, really. And part of Stoicism also is empathy and deploying empathy all the time. Try to understand where someone's coming from, even if you don't agree with them. You cannot agree with them. It's fine, but they might be jerks. But empathy. I'll give you an example. Somebody on my Facebook wall this week, I've been avoiding Facebook, and I wrote something about, isn't it nice to have a president where I can fall asleep during the speech or whatever he was given, and I don't have to worry that he's going to start a world war. And it gives me some sort of comfort after 4 years of hell. That's just a feeling I had. And somebody that was really into another politician, let's say Bernie Sanders, came in on fire and was like, rah, 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 rah. He hasn't done anything. Biden's sleepy, this and that. No. And I'm like, oh, no, I didn't mean to. I don't want to start a fight about politics or anything like that. It was not my intention. But my wife was like, you might want to unfriend this person because, and I do that. I will block a person or something if they get lewd or crazy on there. I just don't even mess around with it anymore. But in this case, I went back to my North Star of Stoicism, and I thought, I got to see where he's coming from. Well, number one, he's commenting this tirade, which he was not posting anything that was really real. It was just emotion. And these social algorithms, and I've talked about it before, they stir you up. They're programmed to get you to respond, because the more you respond, the more you're on their platforms, and the more you're upset about a thing or checking in on a thing. So I kind of deployed empathy there to say, like, I know this guy. I think he's a good dude. I know that he has a good heart. He is also a creator. He is a musician, wonderful musician. And I didn't want to unfriend this man because of a disagreement on politics or something. I don't feel that that's the way anymore. I don't want to lose that guy in my life, even though he, maybe he thinks I'm a punk or something. I don't think so. I think he respects me as well. Rock School Jim, I'm looking right at you, man. I appreciate you. And I'm sorry that things are the way they are. We just don't agree on that. The thing that we didn't agree on was, by the way, he obviously was a Bernie Sanders fan. All right, we're going to talk a little politics here. And so was I. I mean, I want to see crazy. I want to see, not crazy, but I want to see progressive things happen in America. I want to see free healthcare and the things that other countries have that we don't here in America, right? Which is crazy because we're supposed to be this greatest country in the world, but everything. People are struggling here. You wouldn't believe. People can't afford. They go sick, and people get sick, and they can't afford insurance, and they just say it's the price of poverty that you just get sick and die, and it's just awful. It shouldn't happen in any country. We have enough money and wealth around this whole world that nobody should go hungry. Come on, right? So, anyways, he said basically Biden hasn't done anything in 100 days, and I was like, whoa, what? And it's not a fighting matter, but I mentioned to him, I was like, the thing that was most important to me about the first 100 days of the Biden administration, and once again, no, not my first pick, but definitely way better than the other person who was there. And the drama. I look at that cabinet that he's created around him, and it looks like America to me. All backgrounds and races and religions and working together to get things done. That's what America is to me, And that's just, I think that's the first time in history a lot of these things have happened. It's the first time we've had a Native American on a cabinet. Think about that. As I'm thinking about that. Anyways, I just think it's just historic. We're watching history happen, unfold, not because of one man or one thing, but we're in an interesting inflection point in history, world history. The world's so small. I have a 7-year-old here from India watching me draw comics. Last time it was someone from Brazil. I work for an international company. I work for Spread Group, and we have plants all around the world. I was just on a phone call with a meeting with a company that's a sales team out of Spain, but they have people all over the world. The guy in Ireland. I mean, we are a global community. We have differences and things like that in different cultures, but man, I didn't want to go into an America rant here or anything like that. Politics, I'm not. One of my colleagues got on now that I'm thinking, I'm free flowing here. I'm free flowing with my thoughts. That's what's happening when I'm drawing. And I'm almost done penciling this page, by the way. I actually think this is pretty good. This one's ready to go. This one's ready to go to be inked because I'm going to ink it. But one of my colleagues, and I know she said it in joking around a little bit, she asked me if right before our meeting started, she's like, "Oh, is your team vaccinated yet?" And I was like, "Yeah, we are. We're all vaccinated, thank goodness." And it was kind of like, "Oh, that's two things America seems to be good at: starting wars and vaccinations." And I was like, "Oh, she wasn't wrong. I don't know about starting wars. We can semantics all day, I guess, but it made me sad because that's not my America, That's not the America that I want or see. So I'm working to talk and make that better, just in my community. And when I'm talking to people, I just don't want you to think that America shouldn't be this bad guy on the world stage. Like, that's just not real. The people here, most of the people here, the majority of the people here, even on the other side of politics, are good people. that want to help. And tax dollars and money all over the world to help everything. And we can do more. We can do more. But yeah, war and stuff, that sucks. Nobody wants war. People want food and jobs and freedom. So there you go. And when you're talking about a guy that says, like, let's cure some cancer, I want that. I want that, for multiple reasons. But, it's like a moonshot. So let's go to the moon. Let's cure cancer. Let's cure world hunger. Those are awesome things to do. Anyways, that's just one of my pillars. That's Stoicism and empathy. And whenever my friend or my good acquaintance, I guess, Rock School Jim, came out and put me on blast on Facebook, I got to go, I'm not mad at him. He has his own feelings and stuff. And I know that he means well and he wants to see things go good. And pessimism has run our land and run our world. And these algorithms that are on YouTube and Facebook and whatever, they're trying to get you to respond, not to egg you on. They want you to stay on the platforms and talk and fight and however it is. But so you can flip that. You can flip that and do it for good. So here we are making some comics, right? And I hope that you're making some comics or wanting to and doing it. And you should surround yourself with people that want to do that. Hey, look at that. Let's recap, reset the room here. 3-hour stream. I mean, in 3 hours of my time, here's what we accomplished today. I'm going to move my OKRs into this folder. I started this video by making myself a set of OKRs, or one OKR, that I want the Secret Forces #1 complete by and ready to print by the end of June. That's 8.5 weeks. I know to achieve that, I have to complete at least on average 2 pages a week. And I need to have a set of daily cutoff points at my day job at 4:30 so that my work doesn't spill over into my evenings. That's what I need to do. So I set the OKRs. Then I opened up these layout pages, which usually I make offline, and I make in these little booklets, but we don't need that anymore. We got digital. Then I sketched out 6 pages and story notes. Basically, this is my writing structure. Did all that today. Then I grabbed this and we just penciled that as I was jabbering. I don't even know how long it took me to pencil that page. Let's take a look, because another beauty of using these digital tools is I can keep myself honest. Well, wait. So, and then I'll tell you my last pillar after I get into this again. Canvas. We go to Canvas. Go to Canvas information. Statistics. This page took me 1 hour, 31 minutes to pencil. Not bad. Not a bad use of an hour and a half jabbering around here. That's looking pretty good. I'm happy with that page. And now we just go on to the next one. So I'm going to open up my layouts, go into here. This one will probably end on, because this is a totally different scene now. This is an outdoor scene. We're changing the view, the whole scene. We're going from the desert or the wasteland here. Wait, hold on. 3 fingers swipe down, copy. Okay. I'm going to rant sometimes like that, but I think I'm going to try to do it in a positive way. I don't want to. That's the last part of Stoicism, is no drama. No drama. you can avoid drama in your life as much as possible. If something's making you feel iffy, or if a website or social media is making you feel awful, well, then you need to take a cue or take a cue, I don't know, whatever, and remove that person or thing from your life and replace it with good things. So here we are again at the beginning of this process. And you know what? We have rough pencils. I'm going to go ahead and, for the sake of Rich here, I'm going to rename this guy. 2 pencils. Yeah. What about the drama llama? Yeah, the drama llama. But if you notice, Rich, I have not drawn the Your Mama comics, because probably for that very reason, is that I'm good at stirring that shit up. I could draw a cartoon. I can draw one little cartoon. It's like a superpower. I could draw a cartoon of a person without any dialogue, and it could cause a shitstorm of people freaking out. Because the power of cartoons. I've always had that ability, and editorial cartoon type of thing, all right, this looks like a hot mess, but I'm going to make it make sense. So I'm going to put the borders in here while I'm talking. But yeah, drama's no good. It's not good for you. It's entertaining to watch, right? That's why we watch train wrecks, watch the stuff that's going, oh man, did you hear about this thing? Or, oh dude, look at that. Like, but then you got to ask yourself, like, what are you doing? Why are you getting this enjoyment in the Schadenfreude? That's what the Germans say. The joy of the pain of others, or the displeasure of others, or something like that. I don't speak German. I just know a couple words. I know enough German to know when they're talking shit about me. No. Or I know enough to know, to read it occasionally when it's repeated over and over. I should just learn German. But I got comics to make. Maybe we'll make an OKR for that at some point. Just gonna go ahead. But yeah, drama. It's so easy to fall into it. I'm not perfect. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna fall into something and be like all stirred up about some shit. But I like to surround myself with good people who will remind me and throw it back in my face and be like, dude, you're falling. What are you doing? You're falling in. And my wife's one of those people, but then I got to do it back to her too. So if I'm getting stirred up, I stopped social media pretty much. There was too much politics and stuff going on, and being mad. Waking up and being mad every day about people not wearing masks or calling me names because I'm wearing a mask, or saying I'm a wimp, or I don't know. It's not nice. And it would stir me up. And then my wife would say, what are you doing? Because here's a typical thing that would happen to me on social media. I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning to give myself some time to steal back time from the day. That was my goal back in the fall. Right? And locally, there was some groups that were crazy politics. Oh my goodness, guys. And there was a lot of political drama happening in the United States. So I would get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and try to get some productivity done. And I was working, doing it. But then, some people would message me and say, local people, they'd be like, hey, did you see what so-and-so said? Did you see this post over here? And I'd be like, oh no. And I think my son, if he's watching this, we do that. We used to do this all the time. Fall into it. You're probably still doing it, son. You need to stop. But you fall into it, and now you're like in, you're fired up about something. You're like, wait, this person said something stupid. Well, let me tell them what I think. And then that's your 6 o'clock in the morning. You're fighting with someone online, or you're posting something. I'm gonna write how I feel about this. And guess who likes that? Facebook. Because you're sitting there spending 15 minutes, 20 minutes writing your tirade manifesto that no one's really going to read. But your ass is sitting on Facebook. Where are you spending your time? You're not waking up and being productive. So my wife came down one day and she's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, nothing. She's like, what did you do this morning? I'm like, oh, I was being productive. Oh. And then she's like, you were talking to that person. And I'm like, oh yeah, I was. And then she reminded me, she gave me my own advice back. She's like, that person comes into your life, drops a nugget on you, and now stirred up your entire day. And that's how you're starting your day. And I'm like, damn it. Wife is right. Right. And then I got to be the one. You got to be there for your friends that this is happening to, is what I'm saying. Your family and your loved ones and your friends. When you see them falling into a hole, you got to go, hey, 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 hey. What are you doing here, guy? And so we rely on each other to do that. She gets involved in some stuff sometimes, not recently, but and I go, hey, remember, we got to refocus on our plan. And we're good at it now. We're trained at it. So now I can tell you, or if I see a friend struggling in something, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Why you? I'm going to turn off the template here. Okay. Yeah, all right. 1 second here. I'm going to be right back. Gotta go check something. I'm going to mute my mic real quick. I'll be right back. All right. Back to it. I was gonna like, what am I doing right now? Like, let's see what this pencil set at 61%. We still got enough pencil juice. I could lie and tell you that I was checking the door or something, but I actually had to go pee. Too much information. Anyways, no drama. Avoid that. Remove the people from your life that are causing you toughness. If it's family, it's hard, it's hard when it's someone you appreciate. But you have this thing on social media where you can You can block or silence or unfollow. I don't know. I think your time is better suited doing something that you enjoy doing. Reading, learning, something like that. Okay, so let me talk about this page before I tell you about my fourth and final pillar of who I am. This is an outdoor scene, so it's going to be the detective Scott Darcy there having a coffee in a cafe, and there's no one around. There's just, because it's COVID time, that's kind of what's going on. So there's just the cafe worker. She's saying, refill your glass. Da, 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 da. His alert goes off, right? Then he's like, oh, what's going on? And they're like, it's a code 65. And he's like, when's the extraction time? And they're like, right now. Right. So, but this is kind of going to take a little bit longer to pencil, I think. So I won't go through all of the workings of it. And I don't even know if I could switch my camera now too. So I'm going to go, and I put it back on my face. Got a nice little tripod now that can actually see me. I cannot see you, but you can see me as I'm drawing and talking. So yeah, I can actually now get rid of that reference and go a little bit better. We're going to draw some like, I'm not referencing anything. I'm just going to start noodling around here with this scene, this cafe scene here. Let's do that. We're just going to get into it. And I think, I'm okay with keeping it, wrong layer. Pencils. Brush. Ultimate brush. There we go. By the way, these brushes are available at that link over there. Okay. I am going to start with blue because I don't know, there's really no method to it, to be honest with you. There's really no reason why I have to start with blue or not, because I'm going to end up inking this myself. So, but blue, for some reason, I'm used to old school. The reason that, oh, by the way, little history lesson, why did people use blue lead? It's because when you would pencil your blue lead and then do your dark lead over it, like, so for instance, if you would do this drawing of this man, like, hey, then you would, fade him out. And if you inked over it then with another color, when you took it to photocopy it, the blue would be non-reproducible. So the blue lines wouldn't show up. That's the only reason that people draw in blue or red originally. Blue. Now it's just a natural, a thing that people do, and it just feels right or doesn't feel right. But for me now, blue I'm comfortable with the blue, and I can ink from a blue line. So that's why I'm doing that. So we're going to start. I'm going to build a perspective off of, we know that it's kind of like this. So, and there's tools in this that would allow me to think about this more, but I'm just going to loosely go ahead and pencil in my own guide, right? And this is kind of how you get to a horizon line. You just have one line. Let's just grab this line. No, it's down here somewhere. Where do these lines intersect? All the way down here. So that's my vanishing point. Doesn't seem right, but it is. But that's kind of how you think about perspective. I don't want to do that, actually. We're going to clear that. Oh, shoot. Come on. All right. We'll get back into this here. I'm not going to worry about the perspective guides too much. There are tools in Procreate that would let you do that, but I'm not really worried about that too much. So as long as I get, this is the rooftop, it's going to be back. It's kind of a 1-point perspective, I guess. So I have these buildings over here. Right, so you can see where they kind of join these two lines. And you know that that's a vanishing point out there. So that's basically your horizon line. Just kind of talking this through so that people who might be watching, there's a couple people watching that are learning. That's your horizon line. So that means that's where our eye level is. Like, this is the eye level. So we're kind of sitting, you got to pretend like you're a movie camera when you're drawing. So I'm now sitting at a chair across the way, down the path a little bit, watching this scene play out from this vantage point, this eye level. And from knowing where the eye level is, we can kind of start playing around and having some fun. So I just kind of know that that's there. I can kind of, it's not the proper way to do it if I really want to detail out this perspective grid and all this stuff, but I'm more cartoony and I'm just going to play it as I see it in my sketch there. So we have a building here, right? And I don't know what this building is, but right. I've always done my shit like this, and to the dismay of probably a lot of editors and people like that. And then we're going to have a little angle there too, like looking up, right? That's what we're doing. Then we'd have it probably coming back a little bit. Sometimes if you just draw what's right in front of you, then you can just start figuring out the shapes and what's what, and how wide is the street, where there might be cars. And we can just move some things around. This will be a magical panel to do, actually. It'll be kind of fun. I'll just show you kind of how I do perspective, because it's not like how you saw in like a lot of books and technical things. And there is a tool in here, like I said, but I'm not going to use it. My whole point is to this panel, we got Darcy, and he's just kind of relaxing. Little tables here, little cafe table. And this is going to be considered still another set of roughs. This is not a thumbnail. So you go from thumbnail, which I blew up, to my roughs. So for the roughs, I'm just going to have to rough this out a little bit. Get the shapes down a little bit more. A little cafe chair. These on here. There's probably another seat here that's empty. I'm going to kind of just build out this scene. And I'm not worried about what else is over here and stuff. As a matter of fact, you could just draw like cubes in the air if you wanted to. That sounds crazy, but you might do that just to kind of give yourself the feeling of 3 dimensions, right? Think in dimensions, right? It just starts to trick your brain into thinking that way. And then you just focus in on a little spot because this is really small. Again, this is going to be really small. He's even going to be smaller than this, I think. He's reading the paper. So get into that. Just want to get the shape, the natural flow of, he's relaxed. He's not like stiff. His legs a little, maybe he's kicked back a little bit like that. I've been drawing these spacemen for like pages now. Now we get to go into a normal scene, which is also something that if you're ever breaking and entering into comics, you'll see a lot of editors say like, "Well, you should have a scene where it's just people talking and being interesting and having breakfast," and you should know how to draw all that too. So this is very important work. And this is rough, so I'm going to figure out some shadows where they would fall, right? The table itself has a shadow. I think the light's probably coming from back here somewhere, going that way. Yeah. Get rid of this guy. Because we're going to build up these lines. I'm just putting them there. I probably wouldn't if I wasn't doing this, live. Because you can basically figure out the perspective that you're going for by just starting with this and then building everything off of this doodle. So none of this is correct over here really yet. Little cup on the table, maybe a little plate. Little plate there, a little cup. This is roughs. Again, I'm in rough mode. I should probably put that rough pencil mode. I could change the mode thing. So rough pencils. That's something else I have to remember to do. Let's write it across the top, maybe. Rough pencil mode. Time. There you go. I'll get into the details of Scott's face and stuff in a minute, but really just that he looks a little stiff, to be honest. So now I know that there's some ground here, but he's going to be kind of on a patio. Another table here, right? More in the foreground. And then our table is right here, maybe. Right? Just watch me build this up a little bit. So this is a gate that's kind of coming at us, right? Little gate, a little fence sort of thing along the sidewalk. Get rid of, actually just get rid of this. Get that out of the way. This is the type of panel that you can't really cheat on a panel that's an establishing shot somewhere else. So you got to kind of think about it a lot. And, there's going to be other little things down the sidewalk too of other restaurants and cafes. some of them are just so close together that they don't even, they don't even really blend. So now we got the real perspective bouncing off of okay. You don't want to noodle too much, but there's probably going to be some like plants on this table, on this rail. And I think they'll probably be here too, down this rail. So might not be clear what they are right now, but they're going to be like those like drapery plant things, like a flower bed sort of thing along this cafe's. I don't know what words I'm using. Trellis or something. We'll get there. Right. Decorations, I guess you'd say. Other chairs there. Yeah, one of the first times I got something from Marvel one time, it was like guidelines for your samples. It was like, show Peter Parker having breakfast or something. It's important to learn to draw, especially when you're drawing for other writers. You should be able to draw any scene. So if someone said establishing shot of a cafe outside, you got to think about what the floor of the cafe is made out of. So I'm thinking this will be kind of like a textured cobbly cement. Think about the doorway where the windows of the cafe are probably, if he stood up, he'd be that tall. So probably like right here. That's probably a window. This is probably the door length. Go with the door. And I think that he probably wouldn't be at a very modern coffee place. He'd probably so I'm thinking like what kind of what kind of coffee shop would this character dig? And I think he'd probably dig like a older cafe, like something that was more, intimate. Maybe we hang the sign off the side here. Now we're getting into drawing the whole building here. If you can see it kind of taking shape. Might be a little hard to see just because the underdrawing is whatever, but now we're kind of fleshing out this cafe. That's going to be a sign of some kind. We'll get into that. This is a window. Also, where is this coffee shop? And I think he's probably like, as I mentioned before, if I was doing this for a writer and it was like they gave me a location, I'd try to find like a real place, to be honest with you. So this waitress is going to be coming out. She's going to be in motion, so we're going to like lead her. She has the little coffee pot out. Carafe. She's not moving in motion, so just kind of want to get the casual walking pose. I'll just kind of go in and get the basic shape of what I want her to be walking. You can clean that up a little bit. I think maybe she's got a little dress apron on. Oops. Little inside the restaurant. Well, it can be dark in there. We can just say that the one door is like propped open. Whoa. That's fine. We'll just draw that out. Right. That's fine. There's someone inside. Right. So we're getting there. She needs to be, they might even need to be a little bit, I was probably right with my perspective. Fan could be a little bit bigger. Yeah. Kind of picturing this, like, part of the things about drawing comics is you kind of observe things. And if you need to see a reference and you've never been there, one of the tricks you could do is pause a movie. Right? Could do that. Or if you're at a place and just look around, observe. As a comic artist or artist in general, you should be thinking, I'm going to get rid of some of this underdrawing here. You should be observing places that you are. And it makes boring things interesting too. If you're in a waiting room or looking at things, just think like, how would I draw this? Like, that's kind of the little trick that you might want to think about. view. Very nice outside. So, yeah, just kind of building up this corner over here of what's going on. So, hopefully it's looking like something in this rough sketch. We know that this is a window. She's coming out saying something. This will all be black down here because of shadow, right? We don't need to do a lot of stuff with the backgrounds because there's a lot of shadows that can do the work in comics. Look, someone left a tip on the table. Little subtle things like that make a scene. What would be on a table that was empty? Might need cleaned. You're thinking about the whole scene. Who lives up here? I don't know. If he stood up, could he walk through this door? That's kind of what I'm thinking. You see a lot of bad perspective in comics sometimes. And how high up would this second floor be? Let's say that the inside of this restaurant, the ceiling's this high. Inside. So I'm now invisible wall drawing. If this is the top, if this restaurant has really tall ceilings inside, that means the floor goes like this, right? Or not like this. And that means that a new window wouldn't even start, So it might look cool if on the inside, if this place had tall ceilings like that. Sometimes restaurants with tall ceilings like that have these arch windows that I couldn't do it there, but the sign goes between those doors. That from the inside they look pretty cool to look out from. Right. Okay. You know what I'm talking about. So we wouldn't even see the upstairs windows on this building. This building is way taller than what we can see. And then these other businesses probably have their little signs, right? Down the street. So maybe not similar, but this shop, whatever this is. And get some organic material in here to kind of break up the flow, and then we can see the height of the other buildings. Now, it still has to be taller, so this tall. Take a look at some of your favorite comics sometime and look at the backgrounds. A lot of people are just cheating now and throwing in, here's some happy clouds here. Get rid of that basic shape there. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get rid of everything I drew over there. Just because it's kind of throwing me off when I'm looking at it from a distance. So yeah, you're just kind of city drawing is a little bit different than the regular drawing, but You don't want to you got to watch all those things I talked about. Got to watch your tangents around this figure here. I don't even know if I want all these lines because I want the focus to be on him. So these buildings don't even really matter, except for this building back here. It matters. Not really though. Just a building. You kind of just go off forever down there. Have you ever been to a city and sat on a patio and like looked down the street? And we know we can build everything out from this point because I started with him and I just built the world around him. I like to do it that way. And perspective and shit be damned. If it works, it works. Especially since we're not going to see this, probably not see this location again. The noodling and the believability that he's at some sort of like, cafe having a coffee on his weekend off, getting that point across, and the dialogue as well. When she's like, "Any plans for this weekend?" And this is probably the point, once I get into here, she's coming out looking for a refill. There's going to be some probably bubbles in here that are going to cover up some of this. So I probably would letter this when you weren't around. But now we're kind of able to build up this scene from this side out. And that's pretty fun. You got to learn to love panels like this. A focal point on this man. Okay. So I've showed in the other things, but focal point is something that we're looking at constantly in any square or any panel. It's a photography thing. It's also an old school art trick, but you draw this grid, this 9-panel thing, right? You divvy up you hashtag that this giant hashtag thing. All right. These hot points of a picture, of a photograph. That's how some photographs stick out more than others. And how it's pleasing to the eye is this grid that we kind of have to see as artists. So these points are the focal points. And now we know that he's landing right in this section here. And she's kind of off, but that's okay because her speech balloon might be right there. Right? And then we'll put something else interesting over here. It's just kind of naturally seeing that, is how do you make something into the focal point of a panel or a layout. So same thing down here. These panels, same deal, even though they're skinny, you just divvy them up into that 9 block. And naturally, they're going to fall. They won't fall in the middle like that, but they're going to fall right on that line. Same thing here. Yeah. This is something like the old masters. They teach you this shit in art school, right? And you see that the guy's right there, right? He's right there. And this girl's right there. And his coffee cup, well, it might be right there on that focal line, right? And then what do we got here? I don't know, because I just sketched this out, but I'm kind of guessing that this phone is on a focal line, Pretty good. Same thing here. What do we got? Eye lines right there. There he is, right? And if I don't see it, coming up, we'll see. It doesn't have to be perfect, but this panel could use some work because he's sitting right here. It's kind of weird, but here we go. What do we got? That's pretty good because he's he's there on that point, and then the other homeboy will be right here. So that's how you got to see every single page or photograph. If things are too straight on, then it looks like it's just not pleasing to the eye. I could probably do a better job of that. But that's kind of how I'm seeing those pink lines, those purple lines, is what I'm looking at all the time on my view, because now I'm going to build this out and be like, what do we know is beside a gate? We know that there's probably a sidewalk, and it's probably, kind of wide enough to walk on, and there's probably a curb too. And then along this sidewalk, there's probably some planters, and this is going to go fade away. Who knew that we were actually sitting on the sidewalk in our viewpoint here, all the way down. Maybe some street posts too. That's easy. I don't want to do that though. I don't want to put street lamps. Maybe one. Maybe one right here. And one down there. And then just shapes down there to denote that something's down there. I don't know. Oops. This is just a rough, so I'm not really worried about. The lines on a sidewalk too can help with the perspective. Instead of just having that crap going on. That helps. What's along the street? Cars. Right. So usually how wide is the street gonna be? That's a pretty wide street for a side street. So that going down there. So now we know. Let's go like that. And if I just keep drawing the lines over and over again, you can see what's happening. We're going down the street now. Well, all the lines from this side are pointing at, we're getting there. He's just trying to enjoy his coffee over here on his day off, but nope. All right, so for car shapes, I usually just do this like blob too, because I don't know if you've noticed, a lot of cars are just kind of blob shapes, sort of. I don't know. I'm not really that great at drawing cars. That's probably I do enough to figure it out, but we're going to put that in there. Put this in here. Oh, that's too many cars. Probably his car. He's about to abandon. Little hatchback, something around here. I'm just basically trying to figure out, okay, there's some stuff along the wall, along the sidewalks there, as we're going down the street. And this could not be a flat surface. This might actually be like a little slope, like in Pittsburgh, so you might have like perspective bending down the hill a little bit. You don't see the tops of these buildings because they're going down the hill. Or maybe we're seeing the taller buildings down there. It's kind of more than likely is what would really happen. With a sign that says like drink cola, whatever. Maybe some stuff on top of these buildings over here, right? And from there, You kind of close it off a little bit, so we're not. I don't want to do that all the way over here. We're going to have this kind of a bigger buildings over here, maybe some apartments. It is kind of like Bob Ross's, and it's like a little happy apartment over here. Right. It'll be fun to come back at this one and see what's going on with this. And also, then once you have the shapes of the buildings, you're not just seeing the cubes. There's going to be stuff in front of those things blocking it out, whether it's, little planted trees for the city, park benches and stuff. This isn't really like a busy street. So when you're in New York and you find like a side street to go down, you might find a couple little cute cafes. And not that this is not New York, but also when there's side streets too. But in New York, you can look down a street and it just goes forever. This is not New York. This is probably like Steel City. All right, so just building out the scene. This one probably took me a little bit longer than the other panels just because it's like, it is a scene. It's a establishing shot of a normal situation here. I could cheap out and I could be like, all right, we're done with this panel. Maybe that's not a bad idea. Just to kind of see where we are, make sure he's on that focal point. All right. We're going to have a car there. Yeah, we'll do that. You can't do that on Bristol board. You still, the action's still happening in that focal point. Get rid of all this stuff I noodle with. Get rid of some of these things. Get rid of the cloud. All right. These will be windows. Shopping areas. Reflecting some trees, little parklets over there. Most cities are like that. Like they'll have little Boston's like that. Philly's like that. You'll find like a little stretch, just a little nook of like shops and parklets, and then right beside your industrial buildings and junk. I don't even know if I need these buildings back here, but I kind of wanted to show that he's at a bigger situation is happening in this little town. It's a fictional city, so these buildings don't even have to be real. Cool. Now, since this is a rough, I would like to go in here and kind of give it a little bit more pencil detail because it's not really ready to ink in my view. Right. I think we'll need a little bit more penciling in this one, in this panel here. And I might not show that today, but that's how I build up the roughed viewpoint of life drawing, cityscape, or a city scene. So, and then I will go in here. I'm not going to do it live on this one, like I just said, but I'm going to zoom that. I'm going to fade this out. I'm going to turn off my. Now I've got the real loose pencils, right? Quite a process, isn't it? And then I'll take my darker pencil. And again, I'm going to use my ultimate pencil. That means I call it the ultimate comic pencil because if I drop that line down, I can get, wait, wrong. Tight. If I take that ultimate comic pencil, I drop the width down to like almost about 5 or 3. It's mimicking like a 3-point lead. That's about a 3-point lead. If this were 11 by 17 board. And 5-point lead. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start in the foreground. There's a plant here. And I'm going to draw in what I'm going to ink. There's a railing here. There's some more of that, organic flower bed sort of stuff. So it'll be nice and colorful along this. It's very appealing, this little cafe that Detective Darcy is sitting in. That's why he's here. Right? Now we're going in and adding the little details that, could or could not matter. Because people are going to look at this for like a hot minute. Not even a hot minute. They're going to look at it for like a second. I could cheap out and be like, here's a coffee cup and a table. There you go. But I'm not going to do that. Because I don't think that it makes me a better artist to kind of, this feels nice to sit here and draw this coffee shop, cafe, sidewalk cafe with you. All 2 of you watching right now. One of them is probably Rich, and one of them is probably my son. Again, we're going to do a little bit better job of getting this body language down. Paper. Oh. Okay. Empty plate. I'm also thinking about what's going to be inked here, what's going to matter and what's not, what's going to be in color that I could do. All this stuff should be black. You can see that I'm kind of adjusting the layout a little bit. We're getting into detail on this a little bit more. little bit of noodle in there. But I think for this case, it's a little important just because he usually has his shirts rolled up. Okay. And this will be shadow. This chair's too far back, so I can fix that. Let's draw him. There's a shadow definitely right here. Probably all underneath this table, to be honest. That looks weird. I don't like that. Let's fix this. That was kind of relaxing a little bit, but not as stiff. Here. Again, these are so small that you don't want to do too much noodling with the face expressions. You just want to kind of get the character. What makes this character the character is usually his haircut. He's got a goatee. So I just want to be able to identify him, even from a distance, that is the character, Scott. Little legs, a little fat here. Okay. That's going to be fine. These are like flower boxes. I also have a brush called Super Sharp here somewhere, don't I? No, I think I committed to just using just okay. I'm gonna stick to my guns here. I'm gonna use just this pencil. So I don't want to cheat. I said I was just gonna use these brushes. I'm gonna hold myself to it. Again, most of this is gonna be filled in with black, to be honest. The shadow of that There's shadows cast on the ground. You can really get into, shapes and forms and what's causing the eye to go different ways. It's fun. It's part of the meditative part of making comics for me. When people are like, well, what do you want to do this weekend? Well, this is my ideal Saturday morning, Saturday going into afternoon now. I'm doing this one for 4 hours, 12 minutes. That's fun. So I'm looking forward to the weather getting back to normal or back warm again, because it'd be nice to go to a place like this, sit outside, have some breakfast with my wife. This is the table that's in the foreground. Cool. Yeah. I'm going to probably continue with that. More so as I go, I guess. My dog's having a nightmare right now. Oh my. She's barking in her sleep. Oh, doggy. Well, so yeah, this is a pretty healthy stream today. Got a little bit of everything done. Mostly pencils and mostly layout, writing. I show a little bit of my process there. I'll put all the show notes or the stream notes. This isn't a show. Everything's a show. Everything is show business. Right? Yeah. Little cafe chairs. It's not important, but it's fun. You got to be thinking about all of this when you're drawing, actually. Here's the little receipt. Tip left on the table. What do you think? Do you think Scott Darcy comes to this cafe because he likes the coffee here, or does he have he likes to talk to the waitress and pretend that his life is normal, pretend that he's not a secret agent that has seen some stuff. He just wants to be normal for a weekend, enjoy his coffee, and he's like, this girl has no idea. These people here, these waitresses and waiters have no idea the kind of crazy shit that Scott Darcy has seen. I like to think about that type of stuff when I'm drawing the characters and what they might be, what their motivation might be. Why did he pick this cafe? It's not important for the reader, I guess, but maybe it can make the, maybe it can make the scene more believable than just like he's having some coffee and some breakfast and eggs. If it feels like he likes it being there. Does that make sense? Okay. I'm going to finish up this little guy here. Just because I haven't drawn Scott in a while. Whoa. Just because I haven't drawn Scott in a while, I think I want to do at least one of his faces down there. Or I'll just continue with this after this stream is done, too. That's a possibility. I don't know what's too long for these streams. The one stream last Saturday or the Saturday before was 6 hours. So going back through it didn't take me long because I just skim it. But it was like, ooh, no one's going to watch 6 hours of this. But maybe you can jump around and come back. But I figure the show notes kind of help people that are asking me questions about how did you do this in Procreate, or what do you think of this? What kind of comics do you like? It just occurs to me I never said my fourth pillar of my personal brand, my personal me. Just occurs to me. What is my personal pillars? And number one was creating comics. I like to create comics, so I care about the craft. I respect the history, and I like thinking about this stuff when I'm doing this. This is why I'm doing this. Number two was helping people. If I know something and they need help and they ask me, I help, or if I see a need or I, put my 2 cents in, I guess. I've always liked to try to help people and I want to see people succeed. And number three was Stoicism and being self-aware. And number four is innovation. I like to innovate. I like to think about innovation. And I've done that my whole life, I think. Trying to find a better way to do something or try to find, work with webcomics and be excited to talk about the potential of some new industry or some new tool, or like here I am, right? I'm drawing a comic using traditional means, penciling, inking, coloring, using the digital tools, but just still approaching it in pretty much a traditional way. There are a lot of more shortcuts than I can show you, but I don't like the shortcuts. I think you gotta still understand the craft of it, of making comics. So, but innovation is my fourth pillar. I like to think about innovation all the time. I like to think about it at work when I'm in that zone, or if I'm thinking about any other industry, or like the stories that appeal to me are like, oh, this is how they changed that industry, or this is how they used to do it and now they do it this way. I like those kind of stories. It's just how my brain works, I guess. We're gonna black that in there. I'll give this waitress a little look that I can recopy in the next, just a little one. She's got the coffee pot. She's walking over. Oops. Nope. She probably has like an apron on, yeah. think so. Strings off. Cool. That. Yeah, waitress chatter. That's what Rich says. I think that I like to do that too. Not that I like to, snoop on people, but people like the people watching. And I like that. I like to listen to what people really sound like when they're having conversations, or I don't not that necessarily I'm listening to what they're talking about, but I like to hear conversation about a thing. Why are they talking about something, or how are they approaching it together? It's interesting. So we got this girl's head here. She has a cute little haircut. She's wearing like a Bella tee. Bella. And it's nice that this window here kind of. Let's just go up with that. This window here kind of frames her a little bit. Not a whole lot, but just enough that the rest can be blackened out. Oh, yeah, this is probably a lot of time on this panel here, but that's what sometimes it takes, is just to kind of noodle through it and build out the world. And once it's penciled, though, it's just a matter of inking it. Just the process. Maybe it'll be worth it to go from Badlands to a normal city, I think, and then back again, back onto a spaceship. So increase the believability of a thing, I guess. Yeah, I don't think in my old Hero by Night comics, I never used a ruler. I used just what I'm doing now. Like the quick lines help me a good bit, like that. Maybe I had a tiny ruler, tiny, but I never used a perspective ruler for whatever reason. Oh. What should the name of this cafe be? I'll let Rich. What do you think? This cafe where they have like live poetry and whatever goes on at this type of cafe. Scott likes to sit outside and listen to what's going on inside. I feel like it's like not a French cafe, but like We'll make it into some fun name. The Bella Cafe, or maybe it's an interesting name that's means something else. Cafe Ole. Cafe Ole. Oh, those superhero shows that are on TV, like they always have a cafe, and it's always called something like it's always like a play on words, like perk, city perks or something, or perk up. I'm gonna avoid that. I'm gonna go with something serious. I'm gonna go with like the thinking goose or something like that. Oh, what are some good coffee names? Coffee. It's a really good coffee place in the bigger cities called Blue Bottle. The Blue Bottle Coffee. I had that in New York for the first time, and then I was in Boston, and I saw a little Blue Bottle, and I was like, "Oh man, I got Blue Bottle coffee here." It was actually really good, and took a long time to make my coffee, but it was worth it. We got a place down the street called Scratch Living Coffee that I hope they stay open because I need to get back down there after COVID's done here. It's been hard for small businesses to stay open in times like these. Let's try to do some brickwork here. Throw in some little brick textures. You have to draw all the bricks, just get in there and draw a couple bricks. Right? Old Black Water. That's what the name of it. No, it'll be like stale coffee. The Black Water. Muddy Waters Cafe. Good. Good enough. Good enough. Yeah, this will be fun to do the rest of this panel because I can just do some shapes and some, I don't need to be too crazy here with this. Cool. This is he's get his coffee filled up here, so. All right. Let's see here. We're at 4 hours, 31 minutes. And I just had a bunch of. Oh, cool. Yeah. Some people bought some brushes there. That's nice. Thank you. That's fun. Let me know what you think of the brushes. You're still here using it. So. someone asked me the other day too when I was drawing, and they messaged and were like, "How do you make the poses?" And I'm like, "Oh boy, I don't know. You got to start. I'm not the best person to teach you that part. But I would say do life drawing, and I would say, you know, life drawing, and then learn some like Bern Hogarth books, dynamic action. I don't know, quite a few. Just to know how hands look when they're holding a little handle from this angle, that kind of thing. Just enough to, enough to get the point across, I guess. She's kind of leaning in a little bit. That's nice. Now I'm kind of redrawing this again because I should just go to the rough pencils actually. I should have started with some blue, but it's okay. Well, we'll get her face here. She's smiling. She's filling his coffee up, so he's not touching it. This is where we'll see the headline on the newspaper. He's having a nice time too before his adventure begins. All right. Yeah. Drawing is just about practice, and I'm not even, like I said, I don't even feel like I'm that great at it, and I'm just trying to get better too as I'm working. So just keep drawing and challenge yourself to draw feet, draw different things, draw a person at a cafe, I just wanted to draw Scott here because I haven't drawn him in a couple months, maybe. And he got some time off, so now he's enjoying some coffee and just living his life. He's vaccinated, so he's out there having some coffee, trying to get back to normal. That last storyline, kind of kept him busy for a hot minute. He survived. He just recently joined the Secret Forces. I don't know what my neighbor's doing. I feel like they got a ladder against their house or something. Maybe he's got a ladder against my house, and he's trying to see what I'm doing in here. Surprise! I'm drawing comics up in here. Nice. He's gonna be like, "Oh, thank you for the cup of coffee." Just a nice, normal thing, Nobody, he doesn't know he's about to go investigate a ghost robot head thing. It's crazy. We know, readers, the viewers, the dear readers, we know what he's about to get into. Yeah. Well, take any advice from me with a grain of salt. I can just tell you if you want to draw comics or you want to learn to draw, get drawn. Shut up and draw. That's what I say. That's not very nice, but what are you waiting for? Get to it. All right. This is all newspaper. I don't know what that headline's going to be yet, but it's going to be right here. Life advice I wouldn't take for myself. You just don't, if you do, all caution. But I think those are pretty good things I talked about earlier. I think you're probably in a good way if you're following those things. Also, who reads the newspaper anymore? This guy, because it's normal. He doesn't want to use technology. He wants to just go to a coffee shop and read this. He wants to read the newspaper. This is his table. Well, kind of in the foreground, and she's creeping up on him. Here at Cafe Olay. Nope. Nope. What's going on here? All right. I will have to kind of increase her face, I think. Chin. Any plans for this weekend? She's saying. Weather's beautiful. Any plans? Well, I'm just going to go investigate a Indian robot head, an Indian ghost and spacemen. I'm going to do that. All right. Oops. Oh, there you go. There's that cafe panel. Yeah. To kind of build it up, I'll flesh it out a little bit more, but I wanted to move on to draw into this guy down here. Just talking a little bit about life drawing and, that kind of action. Oops. Yeah, so she's like, what's going on this weekend? Any plans? And maybe she's flirting with him. And he's like, oh, just going to go investigate a robot head that fell out of the sky and go on an adventure. No. He would never break the oath. The Secret Forces oath. Oh, thanks, Jay. Likes that panel there. It's getting there. I need to play with Procreate more. Yeah, it's a learning process. Like anything, I guess. She's kind of leaning in here. Her hand is really tiny, but that's okay. I can just fix this. Right. That's fine. Craft's a little big now. I just go in here and fix that action too. Yep. Cool. Yeah, these are, I just consider this rough pencils because I'm not going to get real super tight since I'm inking them. If I were to come back into this right now and start doing detailed pencils, I might as well just ink it. That's kind of how I look at it. Just got the watch on. The watch. Little scoop neck shirt. It's going to all be black. I don't know what her haircut's like, so she's got it. I also don't want her to look the same as the other girls I draw, so I think we're just gonna throw some little glasses on her. Maybe glasses, I don't know. Let's see. And then should have like a nice little she works at a little coffee shop, so she's got a little couple piercing, little nice ear piercings there. I'm not showing the curve of that head. Nice. Cover that. Right? Okay. Yeah, I had a lot of nice people. A lot of nice people saying nice things on the interview I was on Monday. If you search my name on YouTube, you'll find the mint condition show that I just did a little interview with. That was nice. Then afterwards, people were really nice, saying, "Oh, they enjoyed the stream. They wanted me to do more, but I was going to do it Wednesday, and I just couldn't. So, wait, that's not right. I do want to have like an apron on, so I think I can accomplish that right there. Right, then the shadow under the apron, edge of the table. She might actually be really tall if I'm looking at drawing through. I don't want that. But I can adjust this shape a little bit. I don't know how long it took me, Jay, to get used to Procreate. No, that's too big. Okay. We're going to keep him right where he was. We're going to zap her. Just for a minute. That's fine. It took me quite a while to just do everything digital, to be honest. It took me quite a few years. But then when I forced myself to just do it, I'm just going to do it. I do the same thing with brushes too, because I'm like noodling too much with brushes. Which brushes am I going to do? There's thousands of brushes. I spent so much time noodling through those that now I'm sticking to this set here. This should cover everything I need. For inks, colors, everything. So, because otherwise you just fall in this hole of like looking at the templates and playing around with a tool and which brush would be better for this and that. And I think just kind of saying like, no, I'm just going to use just this. That's that. So I think this will probably be the same. If we focus that angle and we're back on that side, you might see the window edge. What's going on inside? So this is the big window up there. That's good. That'll be good. Maybe I'll translucent. Okay. That's kind of like the back alley back there. Back alley back there, not important. Yeah, let's see how long I've been on this page right now. I'm just curious. 1 hour, 48 minutes on just this page. Most of it was done this top panel. But I kind of find that the establishing shot is pretty important to go from the Badlands and the robots and the astronauts over. We went from outer space, traveled quite around in this comic so far. Yeah, Jay, whenever you learn the gestures and just do them over and over again, it becomes way easier. It becomes easier and easier. So it'll take some time. Okay. All right. Yeah, I get a little quiet there because, again, usually around 3 hours, 4 hours, you can just kind of get in that zone. So I'm at this for 4 hours and 51 minutes today. The time just kind of melts. That's a good feeling. Unless you got other stuff to do, but I don't. So I don't know if his nose is like a little long there, perspective wise. So I'll tuck that in. See that? Boop. Fix that. when you're drawing something and your faces are long or something. I hate that. Come on. Just really want to capture that he's enjoying himself here. I'll capture that before chaos breaks out. Maybe he's even asking her, like, what are you doing this weekend? Like, I want to go. We can't go out for coffee. He's having coffee right now. Maybe he's like, hey, there's a play. I thought, looking for, if you know anyone, blah, blah, blah. Like maybe he's kind of like doing some small talk before the Secret Forces ruins his day. Oh, he's got the mug. She's just boring. That's fun. Yeah, I'm glad I made time for this today, and I need to follow my objective that I laid out. It's going to be my goal until the end of June. I want to definitely, I think that's even, I want to be done before that, but I think the end of June to be done with this 22 to 24 page comic, that gives me, 2 months to get that done. That's a good bit of time for somebody that's busy, working. She does look a little bit like the other characters I draw, but that's okay too. He's gonna be like, "What's up?" She's like, "Oh, I don't know," and then his phone's gonna go off, or it's gonna ruin his day. Oh my, sorry, Scott. And I know that she'll be here, right? So what I want though is I want a different pose where she's like kind of holding the craft. Yeah, it would be funny, right? If he's like, I'm going on secret missions, stuff like that. She'd be like, "Oh, ha, 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 you're so silly." Like, no, I am saving the world. Last week I got dragged around by a giant, strung me up in a tree. That happened. It actually did happen, guys. You can go see it on Instagram. I don't know what the time frame is for how long this has been since they did that story arc. Probably a few weeks, a few months or something. I don't know. But it happened. I don't know what's going with this hand here. I don't like that. Stop that. She's standing a little bit further back. Let's see. I feel like in this case, that pencil line is throwing me off. So I'm going to go ahead and get it out of there. Get out of there. Yeah. That rough was throwing me off. That rough's going to be okay. That rough needs fixed. You know what I mean? Like sometimes the roughs are back there and they're just kind of throwing me off a little bit. Just to kind of give me an idea of where things are going and stuff. That's all. That's actually pretty nice. These balloons too. I don't need these here. Get out of here. Messing me up. It's not just be able to draw new. You know, she's going to be looking kind of like, oh, that would be nice. Maybe, perhaps I will do that. That's the apron she's wearing. Down there. Can even get away with throwing that shade. Her apron. One hand here, one hand here. Just kind of like holding the craft. Oh, stupid. I'm just kind of drawing through, so the arm will look really long there. I kind of want to see what's going on outside right now. I feel like the neighbor has a ladder up against the side of the house. I don't know why. You know, it'd be nice as if we could see. Whoa. Oh man, what's going on here? If we could see her little name tag right there. She's headless. She has no head. Okay. Pull that down there. Maybe let's get a little bit. I'm just gonna get a little rough here. No. A little bit rough. And the head's a little off. I'm just getting a little shape in there. A little loose rendering there. She's maybe like blushing a little bit. Like tee. Right. This arm is way too long. Should be right there. Actually, it might not even be. This is weird. This is messing this up really bad. I'll get it. Sometimes you just gotta noodle with it a little bit. I think this, I should have drawn the speech balloons, and it kind of makes me, makes it so that you're like 2/4 to the right or left. Should just let this panel naturally fall where it wants to fall. It's a carafe, you know, it's not hot on the outside. It's not hot, Rich. It's one of those steel carafes. It's not a glass. In the coloring stage, you'll be able to, yeah, it'll be funny. She's like, yeah, mother, yeah. I don't like that idea anymore. Cool. I'm just joking around. What if we just like draw a beard on her? Suddenly she's a bearded man. Hey, you know, maybe Scott likes that. I'm not gonna. But you see how I've done this now. I've just built this out. Like her chin's not even there, but we know that the expression that she's looking cute and you know, she's looking like she wants to talk to him and she's enjoying his company. Right. It's nice. She's a secret agent that's gonna get him. Scott, watch out. Yeah, just a lot of little noodle in here to get this right. Body language. You know, oh, come on, eraser. What are you doing? It's okay. Right. So, come on. All right. That took a little while, but I got that. I got that. It's looking pretty good. Shit. Oh man, this eraser doesn't want to work with me today. Okay. All right. We're at 5 hours. I'm going to take a break and get some lunch, I think, because I have not eaten anything today. I'm going to probably work on this some more later on, but you can see I'm just going to recap my progress today. Today we did my OKRs for my objectives and key results for my objective and my key result for my comics. Move this camera here. Yeah, so got the objective done. That's always good to have. Make sure you go back and look. I wrote out, you know, this is kind of how I write. I wrote and sketched out these thumbnails of 6 different pages to go with. So now we have plenty to draw, figure out. So then I started penciling this page with the cafe, right? And then we got to that. And oh yeah, we penciled this page. So that's cool. You and I penciled this. Thank you. And then, so yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good effective 5 hours. It's only 5 hours of getting all that done. 6 layouts, a page and a half, let's say, of pencils, because this is establishing shots always take a lot more time. That's just 5 hours of my Saturday. We probably eat and finish this page today, so I'll be able to say that by the end of this day, I probably, penciled, let's say, if at the end of this day I can say that I penciled 2 pages, laid out 6, and also worked on some goal setting, that's a pretty good 5 to 6 hours of drawing comics. And again, let's see if I go back here. No. That's where you can read the new comics as they're done and lettered. I'll put them up in there. And what else? Yeah, you've seen my brushes are up there available. And what else? Don't forget, I said about show business. So the 3 rules of show business. Jack Dahl's 3 rules of show business. Rule number 1 is look them in the eye and speak from the heart. Rule number 2 is you have to go away to come back. And number 3 is if someone tells you to keep a secret, that secret is a lie. So those are Jack Dahl's 3 rules of show business. And just wanted to end with that. So no secrets here. But I do believe somebody that wrote that knew a thing or two about show business. So cool. Off to the real world I go. And I will probably be back again Wednesday night. Hopefully Wednesday night at 8. Maybe a little sooner than that. Subscribe to the channel and you'll get a ding, or if you hit the little bell, or I don't know how this works. I don't know how YouTube works, guys. But just go ahead and subscribe and smash all those things, and that's going to have to be the stream for today. So 5 hours, 10 minutes. Thanks for watching, guys. I'm out. Maybe I need like an outro thing or something, but no. Peace.